Tren, samo tren, samo tren. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please so be kind to take your seats once again? Thank you so much. Can we make some space in the front rows, please, so the members of the media can have a perspective? I now invite members of the media to take their positions on the stage. And as far as we can see, they all are on their positions. Thank you so much for that. Members of the media, would you be so kind to take your positions? Members of the media? Members of the media, please proceed to the stage. Members of the media, proceed to the stage. Proceed to the stage. Members of the media, proceed to the stage. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the photos of the hall. I invite you all to please stand for the photos of the hall. Thank you. Molim vas, dame i gospodo, zamolit ću sve sada da ustanete kako bi predstavnici medija mogli uzeti neke fotografije. Hvala lijepo. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the anthem of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Thank you. Molim vas da ostanite stajati. Members of the media, please take your seats as we're going to proceed with the program. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have attention, please? Honorable guests, respected members of government, investors and project owners. My name is Naida Kundurovic, and I will be the Master of Ceremonies and the 10th International Business Conference, Sarajevo Business Forum 2019. This is the 10th consecutive year for Sarajevo Business Forum under the patronage of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina with Government's Institution of Bosnia and Herzegovina. The forum is proudly organized by Bosna Bank International in cooperation with the Islamic Development Bank Group. There is plenty to look forward to this year, and I think you will find this year Sarajevo Business Forum is one of the most innovative and collaborative. We have many insightful speakers gathered today, so let us make sure that you hear all of them. Before we get started, however, we ask that you respect the speakers by turning off your cell phones or keeping them on a vibrate mode throughout today's presentations. Also, please note that audio translation devices in several languages are available. You may ask a hostess for further information and assistance. We are now continuing with our welcome message from today's organizers. Thank you. It is now my pleasure to invite Mr. Amir Bukvic to deliver today's welcome message on behalf of the organizers. Mr. Bukvic is CEO of Bosna Bank International, a premier bank with a unique mission in Bosnia and Herzegovina. The bank is also the Sarajevo Business Forum's lead organizer. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Bukvic to the stage.
Dear Mr. President, Chairman of Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Your Highness, Your Excellencies, Ministers, Government representatives, ambassadors, distinguished guests, business representatives, media representatives, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and Salaam Alaikum. It took me 10 years to gather courage to come in front of you without a speech. And I decided to try this year because I believe on this jubilee I should not read. I will try to talk from my heart because this is emotional project for us, which we have been carrying for the last 10 years. We have been working in cooperation with first with local media in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and also the media in the region. We have been inviting people to come forward to us with projects. Later, we worked with them. We worked with them to present these projects in the format which is understandable to investors. Secondly, we worked with international media to come close with you as investors, to inform you about Sarajevo, to inform you about Bosnia and Herzegovina, to inform you about Southeast Europe. And all this is being crowned with the event which is starting today for the 10th consecutive year. It is an event which is made in partnership between private sector and government. We had a very close cooperation with all segments of government in Bosnia and in the region, and I use this opportunity to thank for the patronage the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina, the Chair of the Presidency, Mr. Milorad Dodik, Mr. Šefik Džaferović, the Member of Presidency, for your strong, continuous support. We also worked very closely with ministries, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Bosnia, Ministry of International Trade. We have been, our embassies around the world, trying to promote an event and to promote this region in a different light. All this we have reached with a book of close to 300 projects, which will be presented to you in the next 3 days. This is the first time we are organizing Sarajevo Business Forum in a period of 3 days, because we also started with youth from the region presenting their project, their startups. We will devote one whole day to present, to give an opportunity to youth and young generation to come forward with ideas and projects. But this book took a lot of our energy, and I hope you will have time to go through, to explore. We have projects in tourism, we have projects in agriculture, we have projects in energy sector, in infrastructure, in IT sector, wood and metal industry sector, in education sector, and others. So we are proud that we collected again 300 new projects, and we are proud that we have registrations for this conference or this platform close to 2,000 participants. And we are proud to announce that up to this point, every Sarajevo Business Forum every year has been the largest. So today, this is the largest and the 10th Sarajevo Business Forum. We have 350 journalists from around the world who came, and we have guests from 50 countries. We are very proud that we worked in the region together, and this platform is our vision of how this region can move forward. Move forward with focus on the economy, with focus on investments, with focus on cooperation. That is the best and only solution for us. We are proud to have very high dignitaries with us today, and I use this opportunity to thank you all for coming. We are very happy that with us we have President of Slovenia. We are very happy to have Vice President of Republic of Turkey, Dr. Fuad Oktay. We are very happy to have government officials from Malaysia, 2 ministers representing Tun Mahathir Mohamad, and we use this opportunity to convey our greetings to Tun, who has been with us for 10 years. We are also very proud to have with us Dr. Ahmed Davutoglu, my professor, and he has been with us also for the last 10 years. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. We are proud to have with us also Deputy Prime Minister of Morocco. We are proud to have with us, and very honored, for the 3rd or 4th time, I am not sure, Sheikh Ahmed bin Maktoum from Dubai. It is our honor, Your Highness. Mr. Mohammed Shaybani, our friend, the friend of Bosnia. I think we can consider you as a Bosnian already because he has been here I'm sure more than 30 times. With us, our co-organizer, also from Islamic Development Bank, we also use our opportunity to thank you for being with us for all these 10 years, and a special greetings to Dr. Bandar, Hajar. We have Mr. Rifet Hisarşioglu, who has been with us for 10 years. Tob has been continuous supporter, and we have our local businessman, philanthropist, Mr. Niaz Hastor. Thank you for being with us for 10 years. I would also like to thank our government officials, our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Crnadak, for enormous support. Thank you very much, Minister Šarović, who has been with us all the way. Special thanks also to former President of Croatia, Mr. Stjepan Mesić, who has been coming every single year now with us. Thank you all. Thank you all for being with us, and I hope we can together have a new vision for the region, because if we do not succeed, our region, young generation will be fleeing the region, going to Western Europe, and we will have a serious problem. So this challenge is with us. History will be judging us. So thank you very much for being with us, and I hope we will succeed together. Thank you very much.
Mr. Bukic, thank you for your commitment to this region's progress and development, first of all. It is now my pleasure to invite His Excellency Mr. Fuat Oktay, Vice President of Turkey, to join us at the stage to deliver today's welcome message. Your Excellency, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Bosna Hersek Devlet Başkanlığı Konseyi'nin kıymetli üyeleri, Sayın Bosna Hersek Başkanlık Konseyi Başkanı, Sayın Cumhurbaşkanları, Sayın Başbakan ve Bakanlar, saygıdeğer iş adamları, değerli katılımcılar, hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, Saraybosna İş Forumu'nun 10. toplantısı vesilesiyle kardeş ülke Bosna Hersek'te sizlerle birlikte olmaktan, bir arada olmaktan duyduğum büyük memnuniyeti ifade ederek sözlerime başlamak istiyorum. Acı günleri geride bırakarak barış ve güvenliğin sembol şehri haline gelen Saraybosna, ekonomik ve mali projelerin odağı olma yolunda emin adımlarla ilerlemektedir. Bosna Hersek, Güneydoğu Avrupa'nın cazibe merkezi ve yatırımcılar için bir marka olma yolunda ciddi mesafe almıştır. Öncelikle bölgenin kalkınma mücadelesine ve Saraybosna İş Forumu'nun hem kuruluşu hem de gelişerek devam etmesine gönülden katkı veren Cumhurbaşkanımız Sayın Recep Tayyip Erdoğan'ın selam ve başarı dileklerini sizlere iletmek isterim. Başlangıcından bu yana forumun Güneydoğu Avrupa'da fikir ve tecrübe paylaşımı açısından önemli bir platform haline gelmiş olması gurur vericidir. Saraybosna İş Forumu, yatırımcıların Bosna Hersekli iş insanlarıyla doğrudan iletişim kurmasını sağlayan ve Güneydoğu Avrupa bölgesine yabancı sermaye akışını temin eden önemli bir etkinlik. İş forumunu sürdürülebilir hale getiren Bosna Hersek üst yönetiminin gayretleri de takdire şayandır. Türkiye olarak bu toplantının yeni işbirliklerine ve yatırım ortaklıklarına vesile olacağına inancımız tamdır. Hele hele biraz önce duyduğumuz, öğrendiğimiz 50'den fazla ülkeden gerek siyasi, gerek yönetim ve gerekse iş adamları düzeyinde katılımın olması ve 300'den fazla projenin de yine yatırımcılarla bir arada sunuluyor olması bu inancımızı özellikle pekiştirmektedir. Kıymetli konuklar, Saraybosna'nın geçmişteki acı tecrübelerinin sonrasında barış ve güvenliğin sembolü olduğunu biraz önce ifade etmiştim. Şimdi ise Saraybosna'yı ekonomik ve mali projelerin odağı yapmamızın zamanı gelmiştir. Bölgeye yapılacak yatırımların Saraybosna'yı bir kapı, bir ana rota olarak görmeleri önem taşımaktadır. Bosna Hersek'in büyük kaynaklara ve potansiyele sahip olduğunu, Güneydoğu Avrupa'da eşsiz bir coğrafi konumu bulunduğunu biliyoruz. Bütün bu potansiyelden en iyi şekilde yararlanmak için hep birlikte gayret göstermeliyiz. Bosna Hersek'in bugün ihtiyaç duyduğu esas unsur birlik, beraberlik ve tabii ki daha çok yatırımdır. Yatırımlarla istihdam imkanı artacak, sürdürülebilir ekonomik büyüme ve kalkınma sağlanacaktır. Bu sayede özellikle bölgede özellikle genç nüfusa istihdam alanı oluşturulabilecek ve bölgenin en önemli sorunlarından biri olan beyin göçünün, özellikle genç nüfus göçünün de önüne geçilebilecektir. Özellikle vurgulamak isterim ki, ekonomik gelişme, bölgede barış içinde bir arada yaşamanın en önemli yapı taşıdır. Aynı şekilde siyasi istikrar ve hukukun üstünlüğü de ekonomik gelişmenin ön şartıdır. Bosna Hersek'teki siyasi uzlaşı kültürü geliştikçe, ülkenin yatırımcılar için çok daha cazip bir hedef haline geleceği aşikardır. Önceliğimiz bölgedeki tüm aktörlerin ortak çıkarlar ve değerler temelinde önümüzdeki sınamaların çözümünde birlikte rol almasının sağlanmasıdır. Bunun bölgesel işbirliği ve diyaloğun artırılarak gerçekleştirilebileceğinin de farkındayız. Bölgesel barış ve istikrarın korunması için siyasi alandaki diyalogumuzu güçlendirmeli, daha fazla ekonomik karşılıklı bağımlılık oluşturmalı, halklarımız arasındaki sosyo-kültürel etkileşimi de ilerletmeliyiz. Tek bölge, tek ekonomi vizyonunu da gerçekleştirebilmek için gerek ikili, gerek çok taraflı platformlarda elimizden gelen gayreti göstermeliyiz. Biz bu anlayışla ortak bölgemiz olan Güneydoğu Avrupa'da bir istikrar projesi olarak Saraybosna-Belgrad otoyolu projesini ortaya koyduk. Bu proje gerek Bosna Hersek'ten gerek Sırbistan'dan gösterilen teveccühten dolayı da bu projeye son derece mutlu olduğumuzu ifade etmek isterim. Tamamlandığında bir kalkınma ve istikrar yolu olmasını ümit ediyoruz bu projenin. Güneydoğu Avrupa İşbirliği sürecine olan desteğimiz Türkiye olarak yine öncülük yaptığımız Türkiye, Bosna, Hersek, Sırbistan ve Türkiye, Bosna, Hersek, Hırvatistan üçlü mekanizmaları da bu anlayışımızın ürünleridir. Kıymetli katılımcılar, Türkiye sahip olduğu genç ve nitelikli iş gücü kaynakları, iç pazar kapasitesi, gelişen altyapısı, disiplinli finans sektörü ve rekabetçi özel sektörüyle bölgede ve dünyada önemli bir ekonomik aktör haline gelmiştir. 2018 yılında dünyada en çok insani yardım yapan ülke olan Türkiye, aynı zamanda insani ve vicdani dış politika düsturumuz çerçevesinde de topraklarında bugün itibariyle 4,6 milyonu aşkın göçmeni, mülteciyi barındırmaktadır. Yerel seçimleri geride bıraktığımız şu günlerde artık önümüzde 4,5 yıllık kesintisiz bir icraat dönemi bulunmaktadır. Bu süreçte istikrar ve kalkınma ivmemizi hızlandırarak bölgede güvenli bir liman ve dostlarının daima yanında olan güçlü Türkiye olmaya devam edeceğiz. Bosna Hersek'in kalkınması büyümesi ve Avrupa Atlantik kurumlarıyla bütünleşmesi başta olmak üzere ihtiyaç duyulan alanlarda Bosna Hersek'in yanında olmayı da sürdüreceğiz. Değerli misafirler, köklü tarihi ve kültürel bağlara dayanan bu ilişkilerimizin ticari ve ekonomik alanda karşılığını daha fazla bulması ortak beklentimizdir. Türkiye, Bosna Hersek'in ve bölgenin ekonomik kalkınmasına zemin hazırlayacak büyük ölçekli altyapı projelerinde de gereken katkıyı yapmaya hazırdır. Bu çerçevede uluslararası alanda kendisini ispatlamış ve ülkemizdeki devasa projeleri üstlenen firmalarımızla otoyol, havaalanı, hidro ve termik elektrik santralleri, telekomünikasyon gibi alanlarda bölge ülkeleriyle birlikte projeler yürütmeye hazır olduğumuzu da özellikle ifade etmek isterim. Bunun yanı sıra bölgenin kalkınmasında bankacılığın da çok önemli bir rolü bulunduğunu yine hepimiz biliyoruz. Örneğin 1997 yılında Bosna Hersek'te faaliyetlerine başlayan Ziraat Bankası Bosna Hersek, ülkenin çeşitli şehirlerinde bulunan 30'u aşkın şube ağıyla bölgeye hizmet vermektedir. Bu çerçevede savaş sırasında yerinden edilen kişilerin geri dönüşlerinin teşviği için küçük ve orta ölçekli ekonomik yatırımlarda kullanılmak üzere 100 milyon avro tutarında düşük faizli kredi paketi 2012 yılında gerçekleşen Saraybosna İş Forumu vesilesiyle yatırımcıların kullanımına sunulmuştur. Bunların yanı sıra Türk Hava Yolları'nın sunduğu uygun bağlantı destinasyon ağıyla bölgede ulaşım ağının güçlendirilmesine olan katkısı yine gurur vericidir. Türkiye'nin bölgeye sağladığı katkı elbette yalnızca ticaret, yatırım, altyapı ve bankacılıktan ibaret değildir. Gönül coğrafyamızın en güzide bölgelerinden biri olan Balkanlardaki kültürel emanetlere sahip çıkıyor. Türkiye'nin güzide kurumları TİKA, Kızılay, Maarif Vakfı ve Yunus Emre Enstitüsü vasıtasıyla bu verimli toprakları ihya ediyoruz. Sağlanan tüm imkanlar da dahil edildiğinde ülkemizin son 10 yılda bölgeye yaptığı kalkınma yardımı miktarı 1 milyar avroyu bulmaktadır. Değerli katılımcılar, temennimiz bölgedeki tüm aktörlerin ortak çıkarlar ve değerler temelinde birleşerek sorunların çözümünde birlikte rol alması ve barışın ve istikrarın sürdürülebilir hale getirilmesidir. Bunun bölgesel işbirliğinin artırılarak gerçekleştirilebileceğinin bilincindeyiz. Bu çerçevede Türkiye olarak gerek ikili, gerek çok taraflı platformlarda elimizden gelen gayreti gösterdik, göstermeye de devam ediyoruz. Bosna Hersek'in sahip olduğu kaynaklar, potansiyel ve coğrafi konumun en iyi şekilde değerlendirilmesi için hep birlikte gayret göstermeliyiz. Bu birliktelik ancak sizler gibi bölge ülkelerini kalkındırmak için çaba sarf eden özverili iş insanları ve siyasiler sayesinde başarıya ulaşabilecektir. Avrupa'nın kalbinde tüm vatandaşların barış ve uyum içinde yaşadığı, istikrarlı ve ekonomik kalkınmaya uygun iklime sahip bir Saraybosna için bundan sonra da kardeş Bosna Hersek halkının yanında olmaya devam edeceğiz. Sözlerime son verirken Saraybosna İş Forumu'nun bölgede ekonomik ve ticari ilişkilere güçlü bir ivme sağlamasını temenni ediyorum. Saraybosna İş Forumu'nun organizasyonunda emeği geçen herkese ve özellikle de bize en iyi şekilde ev sahipliği yapan Bosna Hersekli dostlarımıza bir kez daha yürekten teşekkür ediyorum. Forumun kalan oturumlarında, bundan sonraki oturumlarında geçmişte olduğu gibi birçok değerli projenin ele alınacağına ve bunların bölgede ihtiyaç duyulan ekonomik kalkınmaya vesile olacağına da yine yürekten inandığımı ifade etmek istiyorum. Bu anlayışla Türkiye'nin başta Bosna Hersek olmak üzere Güneydoğu Avrupa coğrafyasının ekonomik potansiyelini gerçekleştirme yolunda daima yanında olduğunu vurgulamak isterim. Bu duygu ve düşüncelerle sizleri tekrar sevgi ve saygıyla selamlıyor, çalışmalarınızda başarılar diliyorum.
Mr. Oktay, thank you for your words. Thank you so much. When Mr. Bukvic earlier mentioned starting of Sarajevo Business Forum 10 years ago, and of course that wouldn't be possible with the help of lots of friends and influential people, we would like to thank once again Mr. Bakir Izetbegovic for the help. And he was the friend from the start of Sarajevo Business Forum, so Mr. Izetbegovic, thank you once again for the help from the beginning. And now I would like to hear with all of you a live message from Kuala Lumpur, from His Excellency Tun Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, Sarajevo Business Forum Honorable Founding Patron, Prime Minister of Malaysia. In Bosnia-Herzegovina, Dr. Mahathir has been noted as a particular significant ally of our country. Dr. Mahathir took a continual pursuit to extend a lending hand to Bosnia-Herzegovina in many ways in the reconstruction process of our country. Dr. Mahathir's political career has spanned more than 70 years, starting in 1959. He is also the author of numerous books, the first of which was The Malay Dilemma. And one interesting fact, at 93 years old, he's the oldest sitting state leader. Ladies and gentlemen, let us hear Dr. Mahathir's message.
Assalamu alaikum. I would like to congratulate the organizers and participants of the 10th Sarajevo Business Forum. I would also like to congratulate Bosna Bank International in cooperation with the Islamic Development Bank for successfully organizing what is arguably Southeastern Europe's largest investment conference. I am proud to see BiH Bank contribute to economic development and future prosperity of Bosnia and Herzegovina and the region of Southeast Europe at large. As one of the founding members of the forum, I would also like to express my appreciation to the presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina for recognizing the importance of this event and providing its generous patronage to the forum. For any country or a region wishing to achieve prosperity and become successful, there needs to be a unified vision and a common purpose. It ought to work together in partnership with others for a common goal. Regional connectivity, physical, human, digital, or otherwise, are prerequisites for attaining regional competitiveness. I am pleased to witness that over the past 10 years, Sarajevo Business Forum has grown into a viable platform that brings the region together. There is no doubt that Bosnia and Herzegovina is at the epicenter of the one region, one economy. It enriches and enhances the comparative advantages of that whole one region, one economy. With its abundant natural riches and enviable industrial legacy, coupled with highly skilled and competitive workforce and good investment potentials. Looking at the agenda and main themes of the discussions, what have taken place at SBF over the years, I notice attractive areas of serious potential worth pursuing, namely an education and training hub, a reservoir for organic agriculture and farming, and a center of excellence for developing new technologies. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I would like to encourage all of you, especially my Malaysian compatriots attending SBF, to explore these opportunities the region has to offer. Finally, I wish once more to congratulate the organizer, Bosna Bank International, and its CEO, Amir Bukovic, for having facilitated the Sarajevo Business Forum for a decade already. May your successful pursuits continue to thrive in the years to come, paving the way for a better future for your countries and for all of us. I thank you.
I think you will all agree that it was a pleasure to hear the insights of Prime Minister of Malaysia. This forum is additional proof of Malaysia's outstanding support of the growth and progress in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Dr. Mahathir is suggesting us that our region has a better chance when we are united in every aspect and using our enormous potentials such as agricultural, educational, technological, and economical in order for all of us to thrive and to create an enabling environment for investments and international trade. It is now my pleasure to invite His Excellency Mr. Borut Pahor, President of Republic of Slovenia, to join us at the stage to deliver today's welcome message. Mr. Borut, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. President, Chairman, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. It is always a great honor to be able to speak to you, also today. I always love coming to Sarajevo. I sincerely wish Bosnia and Herzegovina a safe and successful future. We debated this future yesterday with the presidency of the country, and I am thankful to the President, to both of you for a very sincere debate on one important issue that I would like to share with you today. I believe that this safe and successful future is closely connected with accession to the European Union. I also believe that the European Union should see things and behave in this manner. I do not speak here on behalf of the European Union, but I do speak here as a leader of one of 27, 28, if you want, countries that are full members of European Union. What I said yesterday, Mr. President, what I am saying today to you is that the enlargement policy of European Union in the future, in next couple of years, should be more flexible, should be more political if you want, should be less technical if you want. Now, it is a fair question to ask ourselves, to ask me, saying this, if there is a consensus on this among 28. There is not. There is not. But in my view, should be. And I would like to say, and I would like to share with you my reflection, that when the new European Commission will be formed after European elections, one of the most important questions, not the only one, not the only important question that will be on the table of the Commission will be the question of the speed of an enlargement process. And I would like to say a couple of words on this issue as far as Western Balkans is concerned. Now, as I said, and this is, I think, very important, is that this policy, enlargement policy, should be more flexible. I am not saying that, the standards, acquis, and all that stuff that should be met due to the process should be lower, or we should not respect them, not at all. I think that is why procedure is set. But politically speaking, I am saying that it is the time now for European Commission and for European Union to see Western Balkans as a geopolitical question, and the enlargement to this area as a geopolitical topic. It's not just, a technical point. It's not just a point of negotiations between Commission and Bosnia and Commission and Serbia, Commission and Kosovo and Macedonia and Albania. I think the time has come when, number one, European Union is in a sort of a jam, when it is absolutely normal that priority number one in next couple of years will be a consolidation of European Union. I do support this view, but should be at the same time the enlargement process and should be seen as a geopolitical question. This is very, very important. As I stated yesterday, talking to your president, to the presidency, I will do my best at the next summit of Brdo Briuni process, when leaders from Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia, Kosovo, Albania, Macedonia, and Montenegro will meet, that we will try to put in final declaration the appeal to the European Union, to the new European Commission, to see the enlargement process towards Western Balkans as a geopolitical matter, to see it as a very, very important political issue which would bring some sort of security to this part of Southeast Europe. If not, ladies and gentlemen, I think that the delay of enlargement process that could happen would jeopardize the whole process and finally the security in this part of Europe. So it's up to countries in Western Balkans to speed up the process of reforms. No question about it. It's up to the government of Bosnia and Serbia and Kosovo, Albania, Macedonia, everybody, to speed up processes of reforms, not to wait for European Union. At the same time, I wish so deeply that the European Union would be capable to get a consensus and to see the enlargement process to the Western Balkans. I am not speaking about the enlargement process to every country, Turkey and Ukraine and others, but I'm speaking to the countries of Western Balkans. The absorption capacity of European Union to those countries is really feasible, is doable. So I will do my best. I said it at the beginning, Chair, Mr. President. I cannot speak on behalf of European Union, but I can speak on behalf of my country. We will try to do our best. We will try to do our best to convince our friends in European Union to think about this important crossroad that we are facing at the moment as far as Western Balkan is concerned. If we will neglect the enlargement process to the Western Balkans, old-fashioned nationalistic political forces will come up and will try to change borders with ethnic principle. That could jeopardize the security in this part of Europe and the security of whole Europe. So let me finish by saying that it is up to the governments of the countries in the region to do their job and to do it fastly And it's up to the Brussels, it's up to the Commission and the whole European Union to consider if wouldn't also the Commission and the Union speed up the process of the enlargement towards Western Balkans. Nevertheless, that I do recognize that consolidation of European Union is priority number one. Whatever will happen, my dear friends, Mr. President, my country will stand here and will try to be the friend of this region and those countries in our best capacities. Thank you so much.
Mr. Pahor, thank you for your welcome message. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to today's official opening session. I'm pleased to welcome His Excellency Milorad Dodik, Chairman of Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina, to begin the session. The stage is yours.
Predsjedniče, gospodine Pahor, potpredsjedniče Turske, Vaše ekscelencije, uvaženi gospodine Džaferoviću, ministri, poslovni ljudi, svi vi koji ste došli ovdje na ovaj forum, izbliza i iz daleka, dobrodošli na Sarajevo Biznis Forum. Ovo je zaista dobra prilika da ovdje baš u Sarajevu s vama ohrabrimo se u nastojanju da razvijemo naše bolje odnose, da učinimo naš razvoj sigurnim i da vaše prisustvo ovdje bude dugotrajno sa stanovišta poslova koji želite da ostvarite. Bosna i Hercegovina je složena zemlja sastavljena od dva entiteta, tri konstitutivna naroda, što otežava politički život, ali svakako ono što treba reći i izuzeti da Bosna i Hercegovina jeste stabilna zemlja za biznis i da to pokazuje vrijeme koje smo iza sebe ostavili. U Bosni i Hercegovini danas možete slobodno da investirate i sa sigurnošću da razvijete svoj biznis. I to je ono što je veoma važno i što pomaže, naravno, nama da ovdje obezbedimo stabilan i sigurnu budućnost. Prioriteti svakako u Bosni i Hercegovini jesu sigurnost, bezbednost, naravno i razvoj. Bosna i Hercegovina je izašla iz perioda kada je trebala humanitarna pomoć u pogledu rekonstrukcije. Danas nam treba pomoć u razvoju, a razvoj opet mora da bude od obostranog interesa i za vas, spremne da ovdje uložite svoj novac i obezbedite svoju sigurnost, a naravno i za nas ovdje da obezbedimo sigurna i perspektivna naša radna mjesta i da na taj način radimo ono što nas može dodatno integrisati ne samo u regionu, nego i čitavoj Evropskoj uniji, naravno i čitavom svijetu i tamo odakle vi dolazite. Drago mi je što ste ovdje i što ćete iz Sarajeva ponijeti svakako, vjerujem, dobre utiske i što će ovo biti moment koji će vas ponovo dovesti ovdje, da zajedno s našim poslovnim ljudima razvijate poslovne ideje, poslovne koncepte i da ostanete i da ne pokleknete pred prvim izazovima koji sigurno budete ovdje ljudi i u vlasti i u privrednom životu se spremni da otklone kako bi se prilagodili i obezbedili siguran biznis. Naš najvažniji prioritet jeste priključenje Evropskoj uniji. U Bosni i Hercegovini jedan od najvažnijih političkih kompromisa i konsenzusa napravljen je upravo na odluci da gotovo različite političke snage iz različitih naroda, iz dva entiteta, iz Federacije i Republike Srpske, svakako su okupljene oko ideje integracije u Bosni i Hercegovine u Evropskoj uniji. Naravno i ovo što je uvaženi predsjednik Pahor govorio, svakako je za nas ohrabrenje, jer mi to čekamo upravo jednu takvu inicijativu i da to pitanje nekako dislociramo ili ga postavimo na pravo mjesto političkih odluka same Evropske unije, kako bi nama pomogli koji smo već u tranziciji i kretanju ka Evropskoj uniji da to što prije dosegne. Ali to ni u kom slučaju ne znači da Bosna i Hercegovina treba da zatvori svoje mogućnosti za kontakte i poslovnu saradnju sa drugim zemljama, sa vama i da još više još više ih razvijaju i to mi smatramo našom dobrom šansom ili dobrom prilikom da upravo integrišemo različite interese koji su okupili ovdje. Zemlje koje su u postupku pridruživanja Evropskoj uniji, već je odavno poznato, imaju svoj najbrži razvoj, posticani od strane same Evropske unije, a i iz percepcije drugih koji ovdje žele da na neki način budu prisutni preko Bosne i Hercegovine, svakako mogu u samoj Evropskoj uniji. Od tog prioriteta priključenja Evropskoj uniji naravno se neće odustati, ali ćemo nastaviti da jednako dobro sarađujemo sa uvaženom Turskom, koja je ovdje veoma prisutna, sa Malezijom, sa svim Marokom, sa svim zemljama koje su ovdje se pokazale kao stabilni partneri i sigurni saradnici. Svakako, tu želim da kažem da Bosna i Hercegovina postaje kao čitav region u pogledu biznisa veoma interesantna za ulaganja koje dolaze od strane Kine, ali i saradnje koje se ostvaruje sa Rusijom na planu energetskog sektora. I mi želimo da zajedno s vama upravo ono što i Bosna ima i Hercegovina, a to je energetika, da podijelimo naše mogućnosti u pogledu razvoja. Mi smo svjesni da samo ukupan i ubrzan razvoj može nas odmaknuti od bilo kakvih destabilizacija. Jedna od najvećih destabilizacija koja u ovom trenutku zahvata Bosnu i Hercegovinu je odlazak velikog broja mladih ljudi, obrazovanih u ovoj zemlji, koji su stekli svoje diplome na našim školama, a sada odlaze negdje u svijet, pretežno zapadni, tražeći uhljebljenje. Danas više se ovdje ne gleda šta ima komšija, nego se gleda šta se dešava u Minhenu i na nekim drugim destinacijama. I ljudi olako donose odluke da odu. To nije samo naša nesposobnost da zadržimo ljude ovdje, nego i strategija velikih zapadnih zemalja da privuku upravo tu kvalitetnu, potentnu radnu snagu. I mi to konačno moramo da kažemo. I da zadovoljavati se sa malim stvarima podrške na nivou humanitarnog svakako nije više ni prioritet, niti interes same Bosne i Hercegovine. Nama treba pomoć koju osjećam među vama i želja da se pomogne i na tom planu. Mi moramo napraviti prije svega održiv ekonomski i privredni sistem. Nama treba radna mjesta koja su dobro plaćena. Ovdje ne živi sirotinja da bi se moglo plaćati malim novcem koji bi trebao da samo eksploatiše tu radnu snagu. Ovdje žive emancipovan narod i ljudi koji žele da se usavršavaju i školuju, da daju svoje sposobnosti za kompanije koje se ovdje formiraju, ali jednako tako žele da budu dobro plaćeni. I mi moramo kao zemlja odustati od ponude jeftine radne snage i mislim da je to bila greška. Jer smo samo na taj način još više ohrabrivali one koji već sada u kolonama odlaze iz ove zemlje da bi našli neke bolje svoje poslove. Svakako ovdje postoji dobra atmosfera za saradnju. Ja vam želim zaista uspjeh u svim poslovnim kontaktima koji ćete ostvariti ovdje. Zahvaljujem se vama, gospodine Pahor, vama, gospodine potpredsjedniče Turske, i svima vama koji ste ovdje došli i želim vam ugodan boravak ovdje u Sarajevu. Živi i zdrav bili.
Thank you, Mr. Dodik, for continuing a long tradition of the presidency's support to this forum. This forum joins you in your efforts to build a better Bosnia and Herzegovina and to help all of this region to prosper. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention again, please? We continue today's activities with leadership panel. The session will be moderated by His Excellency Mr. Gazmen Turdiu, Deputy Secretary General from the Regional Cooperation Council. Mr. Turdiu, please join me at the stage. I now invite His Excellency Mr. Fuat Oktay, Vice President of Turkey, to join us at the stage as well. I now invite His Excellency Mr. Igor Crnadak, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bosnia and Herzegovina, to join us at the stage. Young Berhomat Datuk, Seri Dr. Mujahid Yusuf Rava, Minister and Prime Minister's Department, Malaysia, will also join us at this session. Also, please welcome His Excellency Mr. Kemal Purišić, Minister for Labor and Social Welfare of Montenegro. Moving forward with His Excellency Mr. Lahsen Daoudi, Minister Delegate to the Head of Government in charge of General Affairs and Governance, Kingdom of Morocco, to join me at the stage. I now invite His Excellency Mr. Mustafa Rifat Hisarcioglu, President of the Union of Chambers and Commodity Exchanges, Republic of Turkey, to join us at the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome for the panelists. Mr. Turdiu, I now leave this panel in your capable hands. Thank you.
Many thanks indeed. I am really honored to moderate this high-level panel. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a pleasure to welcome you to this leadership panel, but I would also like to use this opportunity to congratulate the organizers of the Sarajevo Business Forum, the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and the BiH Bank on a successful organization of what is one of the most important business events in the region, and which the Regional Cooperation Council so happily supports. The ambitious title of this forum, One Region, One Economy, shortly explains the efforts that we all together are doing and RCC is supporting in the region in establishing a single market in the Western Balkans, expanding businesses and creating new jobs. The only difference is that we're working under a different title, but with the same content, the same priority, creating a regional economic area in the Western Balkans. Two key processes are standing behind this: EU integration and the Berlin process. And I'm so happy that President Pahor mentioned the European integration of the region as a key factor for our future. The key argument behind these processes is that improved connectivity, both within the Western Balkans as well as with the EU and the rest of the world, is essential to increasing the competitiveness of our economies and for creating new jobs. As a single market, our region can be economically stronger, it can be more competitive and more attractive partner for business, internally, but also with the rest of the world. And this is not a simple undertaking. We know that there is a range of political, economical challenges that this region faces. To give the context of our discussion, let me mention a few data about how our region is faring. In 2018, growth accelerated in the region, reaching the 3.8%, comparing to 2.7% in 2017. And the projection is that this trend will continue. Employment situation has improved. In the last 8 years, 600,000 new jobs were created. The region has recorded recently the highest export growth rates, which then contributed to lowering the trade deficits. Foreign direct investments are picking up, but not enough. We need more in order to reach the targets we have set to ourselves for economic development and job creation. In terms of business sentiment, our analysis of a business sector survey shows that a good number of region's managers see Western Balkans as a good place to invest, and 2/3 of them see regional cooperation as very important for their doing business results. Serving the purpose of one region, one economy, or a regional economic area, doesn't matter, the content is the same, we took this indication very seriously, and this is why we have facilitated over the last years a first time ever common investment agenda for the region. We have started negotiations for a regional agreement that will enable the mobility of human capital in the region. And recently, just less than 2 weeks ago in Belgrade, we signed an historical agreement of eliminating roaming costs. The roaming like at home agreement for the Western Balkans is already in place and it's expected to bring the full benefits within 2.5 years to the whole region. Of course, there are not the only achievements in this region. There are many more activities in terms of cybersecurity, smart specialization, open science, tourism cooperation, and other socioeconomic areas. Therefore, there is a pretty ambitious program that matches the ambitious title of this forum. Today we are honored to have here representatives of governments and of businesses, which I would now invite, based on their experience, to share with us the views on the economic development and the cooperation in the Western Balkans, of what more needs to be done in order to improve the business and investment activities. Due to the time limitation, I would kindly invite our panelists to express their opinion, their inputs within 3 to 5 minutes. And let me start with His Excellency Fuat Oktay, the Vice President of the Republic of Turkey. Your Excellency, in your opening remarks, you mentioned how Turkey is doing business here in Bosnia and Herzegovina. But can we please expand this for the region? You are an important partner. You are a strategic partner of this region, and we know that Turkey is doing business throughout the region. But how do you see the opportunities for continuing this process and perhaps even improving it? And what are the challenges that are faced in this process?
Thank you. Yes, as Turkey, we have been active in the region indeed and doing business in the entire region. We are good partners, not only in and with Bosnia and Herzegovina, but with the entire countries around the region. There's a unified vision, or at least we would like to have a unified vision as far as this conference is concerned. One region and one economy. Just before maybe mentioning about the opportunities, I'd like to mention about a couple of maybe issues regarding this unified vision of the conference. I strongly believe that we have to set aside our differences and concentrate on the common shared interests and values, whether those shared interests and values are cultural or historical, whether they are demographic or geographic. When we look into it, we'll find many opportunities within those factors indeed. We also, as Turkey, strongly believe in concentrating on the comparative advantages rather than concentrating on the competitive disadvantages within the region. Maybe in short, we have to collaborate and cooperate rather than compete. Again, when we look into geography, in terms of, again, opportunities, the geography is a kind of like bridge between East and West and North and South indeed. It's at the crossroads of all those regions, East and West, and again, North and South. When we look into the comparative advantages, maybe one of the biggest advantage of the region is being next door to EU. As the President have already mentioned, integrating with EU, maybe that might be another unified vision, and that might create huge opportunities for the region as well indeed. Being next door to EU, again, creates opportunities for being next door to technology, being next door to OEMs and also market as well. Having a young and educated generation, having cultural diversity, low comparative labor costs, and innovative society, and again, being hungry to success is another maybe opportunity over here. Of course, available regional factors as well. As Turkey, the main reason behind our success in establishing relations with not only again with Bosnia-Herzegovina, but with the entire world maybe, and with the entire region lies with our mental model indeed. Our mental model, by mental model, I mean we never think of making use of one country's or anyone's resources for our own benefit or for our own sole benefit. We concentrate on giving rather than taking from others. We never ask the question of what is in it for us, or what is in it for me as far as the businessman is concerned when it comes to helping others. Refugees, especially 4.6 million refugees in Turkey is a good example of this approach indeed. Humanitarian foreign policy, again, all these factors builds a trust between the parties, whether the parties are politicians, whether the parties are the governors of the countries, whether the parties are the businessmen. That trust, of course, this is, I strongly believe, is the case for this region as well. Trust results in successful and long-term business relations, and also huge experience and know-how built in Turkish companies, such as in construction, again, highways, railways, energy, airports, hospitals, hotels, etc. So that creates a huge opportunity for our success in the region as well, indeed. When we look into the opportunities for cooperation within the region, the transboundary cooperation within the sectors of transportation or logistics, again, health, energy, tourism, agriculture, farming maybe, and even in defense industry to create peace indeed. Maybe more specifically, again, highways, building highways, airports, hydro and thermal power plants, telecommunications and hospitals are some just to name. Of course, there are challenges as well in the region. There are many, might be many challenges, but just to name few, I can just name them as maybe financing is one of the challenges. Another one is the heavy bureaucracy in the region. And the third one might be not only again in the region, but in the entire world, somehow security issues. As far as the financing is concerned, in Turkey, one of the experience or one of the practices we do have is PPP, public-private partnership implementations. So Turkey has a huge experience with that, has already implemented during the last years nearly $135 billion worth of PPP projects in recent years indeed. So Turkey is able to somehow transfer that know-how and expertise into the region, regarding the heavy bureaucracy, again, the solution might and definitely will lie within the structural reforms, of course, and maybe implementation of e-government, e-processes. And with the security in many regions, especially with the wars, conflicts, and terror, again, there needs to be a unified vision fighting against such risks as well indeed. And what I've seen today here is a very unified vision within different partners in the region indeed. So again, to sum up, the success issue again that Turkey has, I strongly believe it, that again lies within our mental model. Opportunities lies in different sectors, and of course the challenges lies within just those three are just to name some. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And now I'd like to kindly address His Excellency Mr. Crnadak, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Mr. Minister, you have set up a very good legal framework and you have functioning agencies promoting investment and business here, which have been resulted in improving the situation here a lot. You have improved the business environment and attract additional investment inflows. My question is, what can be done more to further this progress, and what could be the role of regional cooperation in this respect?
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here and to be part of this distinguished panel. Since I see there is a translation provided for everybody, I will continue in Serbian language. Na samom početku želim da uputim čestitke organizatoru. Ovo je jedna velika stvar, 10 godina Sarajevo Biznis foruma. Mislim da je značajan jubilej. Drago mi je što sam ja lično pola od toga sa ljudima koji ovo organizuju. Mislim da ulažu veliki napor i drago mi je što je ministarstvo svih 10 godina praktično bilo partner. Također mislim da ova godišnjica i ovo što imamo danas pokazuje i da se može u ovoj zemlji. Uz sve političke bitke i političke tenzije koje postoje u zemlji, vidjeli ste da je predsjedništvo jednoglasno, da su institucije sa različitih nivoa jednoglasno stale iza ovog događaja. I mislim da je to važna stvar što imamo to danas i zbog toga počinjem sa čestitkama gospodinu Bukviću i njegovom timu i svima koji su omogućili da ovaj događaj uspije. Pozdravljam naravno uvažene članove predsjedništva, pozdravljam naše goste iz predsjednika Slovenije, potpredsjednika Turske i sve uvažene ekscelencije koji su gosti, dragi gosti, ja im želim kao ministar inostranih poslova još jednom iskrenu dobrodošlicu. Dvije glavne stvari koje mi imamo kao naša dva glavna spoljno-politička cilja, mislim da su oba u funkciji ovoga što ste postavili kao pitanje u panelu. Jedno je članstvo Bosne i Hercegovine u Evropskoj uniji, a drugo je regionalna saradnja. Mislim da reforme koje radimo na putu članstva, konačno članstvo i stalni napredak na tom putu, kao i intenzivna saradnja u regiji daju jedno bezbjednosno, pravno, političko okruženje koje stvara uslove o kojima ste govorili, a to je uslove za još investicija, još većeg ekonomskog napretka ovde. Moram reći da je ohrabrujuće bilo ovo što smo čuli od predsjednika Pahora, jer ukazuje na to da se ideja suštinskih promjena, ideja suštinskog rada sa zemljama aplikantima za članstvo sve više nameće u odnosu na jednu birokratsku viziju, jedan birokratski pristup tom pitanju. Jer ako pogledate podatke koje danas imamo, vidjet ćete da je Savjet ministara Bosne i Hercegovine ispunio skoro 90% svojih zacrtanih reformskih zahvata. Vlada Republike Srpske, institucije u Republici Srpskoj, institucije u Federaciji Bosne i Hercegovine isto tako, skoro sve, visok procenat, preko 90%. Međutim, suštinski nam treba još napretka. I suštinski to traži drugačiji, konkretniji pristup. Ja ću izdvojiti dvije stvari koje trebaju da se urade ovde iz mog ugla i koje su obaveza vlasti na raznim nivoima da im daju doprinos. Jedna je pitanje mladih, njihovog odlaska i glavnog razloga zašto odlaze. Po svim pokazateljima više ekonomski razlozi nisu prvi. Po svim pokazateljima zadnjim glavni razlozi su jedna opšta nesigurnost i neizvjesnost. Najnoviji podatak koji smo dobili prije neki dan iz Regionalnog centra za mlade koji je osnovan u okviru berlinskog procesa govori da upravo u Bosni i Hercegovini od svih partnera u regionu ovaj trend je posebno negativan. Naši mladi ljudi za samo 3 godine pokazali su da percepcija korupcije u našim institucijama na svim nivoima je porasla sa 36% iz 2015. na 72%, što je najviše u regionu kraja prošle godine. Dakle, ovo je pokazatelj da ovde moramo uraditi najveći napor upravo na tome da vratimo povjerenje u institucije, da vratimo povjerenje mladima da će njihov rad, sve ono za što se spremaju i rade u životu, biti vrednovano na odgovarajući način. Ali u isto vrijeme ovo treba da bude poruka i našim partnerima i prijateljima u Evropskoj uniji da nam na tome pomognu. I da to što su stavili vladavinu prava na mjesto broj 1, onih 6 inicijativa poznatih i strategije objavljene prošlog februara, ne bude slučajno na broju 1, nego da istinski na tome najviše insistiraju, jer je to ujedno i oblast na kojoj naše institucije u cijelom regionu i trebaju najviše pomoći. Mislim da će kroz upravo tu borbu protiv korupcije, jačanje vladavine prava, obratit ćemo se na najefikasniji način generalno pitanju mladih, njihovog odlaska i značajno popraviti ovaj jedan prvi od 2 stuba koji sam izdvojio. Druga stvar koju mislim da možemo da doprinesemo značajno mi da Bosnu i Hercegovinu pripremimo još bolje za nove investicione i generalno ekonomski progres, jeste razvoj preduzetništva. I još jedno pitanje koje je usko povezano s problemima mladih. U Bosni i Hercegovini jedno od posljednjih istraživanja je pokazalo i opet važi i u jednom i u drugom entitetu, da 90% mladih koji su pri kraju svog školovanja želi svoju karijeru da vidi u kancelariji neke vlade, gradske administracije ili eventualno neke druge administracije. Poražavajuće je da mladi ljudi danas vrhunac i kao nešto najbolje što za sebe mogu da zamisle vide 40 godina da sjede u jednoj te istoj kancelariji i da tu u nekoj nazovi sigurnost vide svoju budućnost. Mislim da je važno da na tome mnogo radimo. I zato posebno pozdravljam to što je Sarajevo Biznis Forum na ovom svom jubilarnom izdanju otvorio poseban dan za mlade ljude, za startape, za nove ideje i nadam se da će to iznjedriti jedan broj konkretnih projekata koje će nositi mladi ljudi. Moja generacija 70. godina koji smo rođeni, ni mi još uvijek nismo bili, da tako kažem, zatrovani takvim razmišljanjem. To je nešto što nam se dešava u posljednje vrijeme i očigledno je rezultat svih opštih kretanja u društvu i ovdje mora doći do zaokreta. Moramo pronaći način kako da mlade ljude vratimo na poziciju da razmišljaju kako da sve ono što su naučili, svoja iskustva, znanja, obrazovanje u cjelini, stave u funkciju nekih novih ideja, nekog novog doprinosa, nekog novog sadržaja koji će oni unijeti, a ne da sebe vide u nekom bezličnom sistemu, u nekoj nazovi sigurnosti koja ni njima ni ukupno zemlji neće donijeti dobro. Ovo su moje 2 vizije, dakle jedna koja se odnosi prije svega na borbu za vladavinu prava i što brži put ka Evropskoj uniji, druga koja se odnosi na zadržavanje mladih kroz to da im se otvori više mogućnosti za razvoj njihovih ideja ovde i mislim da na taj način možemo upravo doprinijeti i da Bosna i Hercegovina bude jedno još više plodno tlo i za inicijative o kojima slušamo na Sarajevo Biznis Forumu i generalno za nove investicije i nove projekte. Hvala vam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Now I'd come to address to Dr. Mujahid Yusuf Rao, the Minister in Prime Minister's Department in Malaysia. Your country has undertaken major modernization programs and implementation of a series of reforms that significantly strengthened the economy and improved the business environment. Your country's Vision 2020 has attracted particular attention around the world and is cited as one of the most ambitious modernization programs. We are interested to benefit from the best experience in the world, Mr. Minister. So in your opinion, although there are differences because of the different region, but which Malaysian experience could be relevant and could be replicated in the Western Balkans?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator and dear panelists, His Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the participant of Bosnian Sarajevo Business Forum. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh, and peace be upon all of you. I would like to draw your attention before I go back to the question of the Malaysian experience. Malaysia and Bosnia has a long-standing relationship. If I may conclude, there are 3 stages of our presence in Bosnia. The first stage is the suffering of the Bosnian people that had to endure the victims of hatred, war, and crime on humanity. During that particular stage, we were here to give our lending hand to the Bosnian suffering through our contribution of humanitarian help, assistance, and also the Prime Minister of Malaysia, Tun Mahathir Mohamad, at that time, have given his commitment for the Bosnian children to come to Malaysia to learn and study at our universities. And we were honored to receive the Bosnian children as our guests and students in our universities and our education agencies. The second stage of our contribution with Bosnia is during the peacekeeping period. Malaysia has sent its troops in the United Nations peacekeeping force to ensure our commitment of long-lasting and sustainable peace in this region. And the third stage of our presence in Bosnia, if we can consider it is a stage of rebuilding Bosnia, a stage of reawakening of Bosnia and the region in it. And last year I was here representing the Prime Minister of Malaysia, Tun Mahathir Mohamad, at your Halal Fest, which was held in September 2018. That was the start of a revisiting of our relation with Bosnia, since, as the world knows, Tun Mahathir Mohamad has ascended for the second time the Prime Ministership of Malaysia. And he has continuously put Bosnia as also one of the important priorities in his leadership. We attended the Halal Fest in Sarajevo. That was the new start of renewing the relationship between Bosnia. And Alhamdulillah, once we went back to Malaysia, I reported this event to the Prime Minister, and we have agreed to form what we call Malaysian-Bosnian Trade Cooperation Association. And Tun Dr. Mahathir being the supervisor and the patronage of this Malaysian-Bosnian Trade Association Cooperation, has given the task, as he mentioned in his recorded speech just now, to seek opportunity and to help Bosnia to rebuild, and also to make sure that this region, Malaysia has a contribution for a peace and for a sustainable peace and stabilization. I always quote this during my speech with the Bosnian friends in Malaysia. I told them that we were there when you suffer, and we would like to be here when you prosper. That has been always the quotation. And as our Turkish panelist, Your Excellency, has mentioned, that we are here not for any personal interest, but we are here in the belief that peace and prosperity are the rights of all human beings, and we are just contributing to the fact that we would like to see a peace and prosperity region in Bosnia and the whole Balkan states around it. That was just a little bit of our relationship with Bosnia, and with the commitment of the Prime Minister of Malaysia, I would like to reiterate here that we will continue this relationship for the benefits of this region and for the benefits of our country. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia has, as everyone the world has known, has just formed a new government that has not, it's only since been a year that the new government is in place. This new government took over after 60 years of the same government who has ruled Malaysia for the past 60 years. It was not easy for a new government with this vision of reform, as been mentioned by the moderator, to change the mindset of the people. There are two challenges that we face in the new Malaysia, as we call ourselves. Number one is the race relation. The race relation and the religion or religious relation. Because as you know, Malaysia is a multiracial country, multi-religious, multi-faith, and this could pose a problem as it is a very fragile factor that could at any time contribute to disunity in our country. But alhamdulillah, if there is anything that we would like to share with the rest of the world, Malaysia, being the multiracial and multi-religious country, have full commitment to at least show a good example to the world, or where at least good things that you can learn from Malaysia is that in spite of our racial, religious multiplicity, in spite of our plurality, alhamdulillah, we have taken the policy of integration, the policy of unity as our very main integral part of the government's policy. And you can see during the transformation or transition of a new government after 60 years, there was no bloodshed, there was no riot, there was no demonstration in the streets. And I would like to record here that we Malaysians have proven to the world we not just believe in democracy, but we also respect the rights of the people to choose the government. And this is a good showcase to the world on how democracy can play a very important role in conserving peace and stabilization in any part of the world. Secondly, Malaysia is in the forefront of the halal industry. We have already started this industry since the 70s. During the 90s, we have advanced further. And now Malaysia is the leading country of halal industry. And as you know, halal industry has a big market of billions and worth about trillions of dollars. We believe that halal is not exclusive only to the Muslim, although it is a must for a Muslim to have a halal verification. But we also believe that halal can be a contributive factor to a safe and hygiene consumption. And within that context, we would like to contribute to the Bosnian people and to the region and to the world of our little experience in the halal industry and the whole ecosystem that works within that halal framework. Secondly, we are also very interested in the defense industry. As you all know, last month we had one of the biggest, although not the biggest, in Southeast Asia, the Langkawi International Maritime and Aviation Exhibition, where we have also a very great interest to cooperate in this field. And finally, I wouldn't say that the business opportunity here will go without any challenges. I agree that there are challenges we need to overcome. Number one, the challenges is about distance, which will affect the logistic. Number two is about culture, as we come from the Southeast Asia, would have a totally different culture with the region here. And thirdly, I think has been mentioned by the foreign minister about the rule of law, which I think it is very pertinent that every business that you want to do in every country or region must have a strong law that protects the business to sustain and to prosper. With that, I thank you very much again for this small contribution to the panelists. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Now we're getting a bit closer to Montenegro. We have here the Minister of Labor and Social Affairs of this country, His Excellency Mr. Kemal Purisic. Mr. Minister, your country is a front runner in the negotiating process with the EU, and you are closer than the rest of the region. But in parallel to that, we know that you are tackling with issues like social affairs related, and in the meantime, trying to reach the sustainable development goals. Could you please share with us your experience in these terms?
Hvala uvaženi predsjedavajući, uvaženi učesnici Sarajevo Biznis foruma, poštovani zvaničnici, poštovani privrednici, investitori. Želim da vam se zahvalim na prilici da mogu da vam se obratim i da sa vama podijelim informacije šta vlada Crne Gore i ministarstvo kojim rukovodim konkretno radi na održivom razvoju Crne Gore, na socijalnim pitanjima koja jesu izazov. Rekao bih da je najbolji odgovor na veliki izazov siromaštva i nejednakosti upravo održivi razvoj u korist građana i kompanija koje posluju na našem terenu, bilo da govorimo o Crnoj Gori, bilo da govorimo o zemljama Zapadnog Balkana ili jugoistočne Evrope. Svakako nam treba zajednički odgovor na te velike izazove. Srećom u regionu nemamo potrebu da se bavimo iskorjenjivanjem ekstremnog siromaštva, ali svakako imamo prilično rašireno siromaštvo i nejednakost kada imamo u vidu nivo dohotka koje imaju države regiona i mogu reći da su domaći finansijski potencijali, ali prije svega povoljni poslovni ambijent koji smo kreirali u saradnji sa evropskim partnerom doprinijeli da smo zadnjih godina dosta investirali i da smo postigli visoke stope rasta naše ekonomije. Rekao bih da je 2017. to bilo 4,7% u odnosu na prethodnu godinu, a 2018. godine preliminarno oko 4,9%. Dakle, zaista značajni privredni rast koji je bio peti u Evropi. Istovremeno smo imali značajne stope rasta zaposlenosti u 2017. Ja govorim o mandatu ove vlade, nemojte mi zamjeriti. od oko 2,5%, a u 2018. od cijelih 4,3%. I rekao bih da su te dvije okolnosti, privredni rast i zapošljavanje, bitno redukovale stopu siromaštva koja je po metodologiji Svjetske banke o apsolutnom siromaštvu smanjena za više nego duplo u odnosu na period 2013-2017. godina. Očekujemo da će trend u 2018. godini da se nastavi i rekao bih da je razvoj ili preciznije održivi razvoj jedini pravilni odgovor na izazove koji jesu globalni izazovi, a to je borba protiv siromaštva i nejednakosti. Drugi segment koji je u našem fokusu, obzirom da sam ministar rada i socijalnog staranja, je zbrinjavanje državljana, građana koji nemaju priliku da rade i zarade i na taj način sebe obezbijede. To su socijalni transferi, socijalni fondovi koje Vlada obezbjeđuje da se za oko 8% stanovništva obezbijede socijalna davanja kako bi se spasili siromaštva. Također, želim da kažem da su upravo ti socijalni transferi smanjili relativnu stopu siromaštva za oko 7,8% u prethodnoj godini i bez tih davanja naši građani bi bili izloženi isključenju, odnosno smanjenoj inkluziji. Negdje na toj relaciji vidimo napore Vlade da kroz privlačenje stranih investicija, a rekao bih da smo prethodne godine imali rast stranih investitora od oko 30% u odnosu na 2017. odnosno da naše strane investicije učestvuju oko 20% u GDP-u, upravo su omogućile da se lakše borimo sa izazovima koji stoje pred odgovornu socijalnu politiku. Naravno, sve to smo mogli prije svega zato što smo kreirali jedan poslovni ambijent koji je primamljiv za strane investicije i zato što smo imali podršku i finansijsku potporu Evropske unije, Evropske komisije i naših partnera, jer smo, kao što znate, jedna od država koja je najdalje otišla od država regiona u procesu evropskih integracija. Otvorili smo 32 poglavlja od ukupno 33. Svake godine donosimo programe ekonomskih reformi u dijalogu sa Evropskom komisijom i sprovodimo sveobuhvatne strukturne reforme koje su obuhvatile kako poslovni ambijent generalno, tako i poresku politiku, politiku razvoja preduzetništva i niz drugih politika koje obezbjeđuju razvoj. Međutim, da ne bi ispalo da je sve sjajno, u ovom regionu mi smo tek negdje po GDP-u per capita na nivou od negdje 42-3% prosjeka Evropske unije i dakle pred nama su veliki izazovi da ukupnu našu ekonomiju kroz saradnju sa partnerskim državama, prije svega u regionu Zapadnog Balkana, a kasnije i regionu jugoistočne Evrope, učinimo konkurentnijom, da se na tom planu kroz saradnju obezbijede, da tako kažem, relevantne, konkurentne kompanije koje će moći da izdrže pritisak konkurencije na velikom otvorenom tržištu od oko 500 miliona. Uzgled, ili želim da naglasim i poručim da je najbolja perspektiva svih država ovoga regiona upravo učlanjenje u Evropsku uniju, jer je to uglavnom klub bogatih i da očekujemo kako da nam oni otvore od širinu vrata, daju podsticaje, tako očekujem da će prije svega strani investitori sa drugih meridijana vidjeti mogućnosti da u Crnoj Gori i u regionu investiraju u dobre poslove kako bi razvijali svoj biznis na ovom prostoru, a nama svima omogućili da se dostigne očekivani nivo standarda koji zaista i zaslužujemo. To su, ajde da kažem u najkraćem, neka pitanja kojima je vlada apsolutno posvećena i čine svi resori sve što je u njihovoj mogućnosti da ispune kako naše nacionalne strateške interese, tako i ciljeve agende održivog razvoja u ovom periodu do 2030. godine. Rekao bih da je sigurnost koju je pružilo članstvo u NATO-u i taj partnerski odnos koji sada imamo, brzo završavam, izvinjavam se, sa Evropskom unijom, stvorilo jedne dobre perspektive da Crna Gora, ali vjerujem i region, brzo napreduju u evropskim integracijama i šire prostor za privredni razvoj i razvoj biznisa generalno. Zahvaljujem.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Now I would invite His Excellency Lassan Daudi, Minister Delegate in charge of the General Affairs and Governance in Morocco, to take the floor. Morocco has introduced numerous changes while implementing some major development projects. And last summer, in July 2018, we noticed a major Moroccan promotional trade and tourism roadshow in Montenegro. And we understood that it was a very well structured and prepared project that you are targeting even other regions around the world. Do you think this can be replicated by the governments, the economies in our region to promote tourism and one of the potentials?
شكرا السيد الرئيس. هذه مناسبة أولا لأقدم شكر جزيل والامتنان لشقيقتنا دولة البوسنة والهرسك على حفاوة الاستقبال وحسن التنظيم. وباختصار شديد لأن عندي لقاء مع معالي الرئيس، سأبدأ بمقولة دانيال بيل الذي يقول بالإنجليزية: The nation state is becoming too small for the big problem of lives and too big for the small problems of life. أن العولمة اليوم لا مكان للدول الصغيرة، لأن اليوم القوة الاقتصادية، قوة البحث العلمي، قوة التنافسية لا تكمن إلا في إطار اندماجات اقتصادية بالنسبة للدول الصغيرة. والمغرب له اليوم موقع متقدم مع أوروبا، ومنتوجاته تدخل دون تعرفة جمركية إلى أوروبا، والعكس بالعكس، كما أن للمغرب كذلك تجارة حرة مع الولايات المتحدة، مع تركيا، مع الدول العربية. والمغرب يعد اليوم بوابة لإفريقيا، خاصة بعد تطوير رحلات جوية لنحو 36 دولة بإفريقيا، والمغرب أول مستثمر في إفريقيا. والمغرب كذلك بالنسبة لقوته الاقتصادية أول دولة في جلب استثمارات الأجنبية للمغرب، لأن هناك سياسة انفتاح، سياسة كل الأطور، ولكن كذلك سياسة تبسيط المساطر بالنسبة للمقاولات. والمغرب يحتل موقع 60 اليوم على مستوى doing business، وأملنا في 2021 أن نصل إلى 50 إن شاء الله. وكل هذا يجعل المغرب الآن يتطور بسرعة على مستوى صناعة السيارات. اليوم في آخر هذه السنة سنصل إن شاء الله إلى 700,000 سيارة، إنتاج 700,000 سيارة، وإنتاج المحركات كل أنواع المحركات. وفي 2023 هدفنا 1,000,000 سيارة، إنتاج 1,000,000 سيارة. والمغرب كما تعرفون مثل كثير من الدول على مستوى البحر الأبيض المتوسط هي دولة عريقة. وبهذه المناسبة بما أن أمامي نساء كثر، أريد أن أذكر أن أول جامعة في العالم بنتها امرأة بفاس سنة 859. أقول سنة 859. وبها درس البابا سيلفستر II من 996 إلى سنة 1000، ومنها أخذ الرياضيات إلى الغرب. إذن هناك حضارة عريقة، وهذه الحضارة تسمح بجلب كثير من السواح. وهدفنا اليوم هو تقريبا 20 مليون سائح في العشرية المقبلة. إذن السياحة متطورة جدا في المغرب، ومن لا يعرف مدينة مراكش وقد عرفت منذ زمان، ولنا خبرة كبيرة على هذا المستوى. والمغرب تعرفون منفتح على التعاون مع كثير من الدول. وربما مؤشر صغير، لدينا 16,000 طالب من دول جنوب الصحراء، وأكثر من 10,000 طالب لهم منحة مغربية. إذن المشاركة والتعاون في إطار تبادل الخبرات، أظن أن هذا الميدان محسوم. وقد زارنا السيد رئيس الحكومة السنة الماضية، واتفقنا على تبادل الخبرات في مجالات كثيرة. إذن المغرب مجند في هذا المجال، وكذلك على مستوى الفاينانسل، لأن لدينا سيتي فاينانس في الدار البيضاء، هي أول سيتي فاينانس في إفريقيا. لدينا خبرة كذلك في هذا المجال. وكذلك على مستوى التكوين المهني، لدينا في المغرب 600,000 طالب في التكوين المهني في كل مجالات. قطاع الطائرات، اليوم قطاع الطائرات يتطور بنسبة 13% سنويا. وهذه مجالات كلها يمكن أن نتقاسم فيها الخبرات. وأملنا فعلا أن نوطد العلاقات مع دول البلقان ومع دول البوسنة الهرزك. ويقينا أن كان من المفروض أن نتبادل زيارات على مستوى رجال الأعمال، وقد استقبلنا فرقة في المغرب، وننتظر أن يأتي وفد على مستوى المستثمرين إلى الهرزك لتبادل الخبرات، وكذلك لمزيد من الاستثمارات في هذا المجال. إذن المغرب على أتم استعداد لتقسيم تجربة مع إخواننا في البوسنة والهرزك. وشكرا.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Your Excellency, Mr. Mustafa Rifati Sarçoglu, you are the president of the umbrella organization of the Turkish private sector. Do you believe there are more opportunities for doing business in our region? And what would be your advice to our leaders for that?
Of course. Hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, sizleri saygıyla, muhabbetle selamlıyorum. Başta Sayın Amer Bugiç olmak üzere Saraybosna İş Forumu'nu organize edenleri de kutluyorum. 10 yıldır düzenli olarak gerçekleştirilen Saraybosna İş Forumu artık küresel bir marka haline geldi. Bu etkinlik dünyanın her yerinden yatırımcıların ilgi gösterdiği son derece başarılı bir girişim. Bölge ve Bosna Hersek ekonomisi için de çok büyük katkı sağlamaktadır. Biz Türkiye Odalar ve Borsa Birliği olarak da bugüne kadar foruma destek verdik. Bundan sonra da bu foruma destek vermeye devam edeceğiz. Değerli katılımcılar, Türkiye olarak Bosna Hersek'le ilişkilerimize çok önem veriyoruz. Bosna Hersek ile tarihimiz, kültürümüz, örf ve adetlerimiz aynı kaynaktan beslenmektedir. Biz aynı zamanda ülkelerimizin ekonomik ilişkilerinin güçlenmesini de istiyoruz. Bu nedenle Türkiye ve Bosna Hersek olarak ikili ilişkilerimizde somut adımlar atılmasından, önemli miktarda yatırımların hayata geçmesinden memnuniyet duyuyoruz. Bosna Yatırım Formu'nun destek vermenin yanında Bosna Hersek Dış Ticaret Odası'yla da yakın çalışıyoruz. Değerli katılımcılar, Türkiye ile Bosna Hersek Serbest Ticaret Anlaşması iki ülke arasında çok sağlam bir iş hacmi zemini oluşturdu. 2003 yılında ikili ticaret hacmimiz 71 milyon dolar idi. Bugün tam 10 misli artarak 700 milyon dolara ulaştı. Kısa bir süre içerisinde bunu 1 milyar dolarlık ticaret hacmine ulaştıracağız. Bankacılık, tarım, imalat, inşaat, turizm gibi sektörlerde 100 Türk firması Bosna Hersek'te başarıyla iş yapmaktadır. Bu şirketlerin ülkedeki Bosna Hersek'teki yatırımlarının tutarı 600 milyon avronun üzerindedir ve 4000 kişiye istihdam sağlamaktadırlar. Bosna Hersek ihracatında en önemli 10 firma içerisinde Türk firmalarının olmasından da ayrıca gurur duyuyoruz. Ama elbette daha fazlasını yapabiliriz. Daha fazla iş yapmak için buradayız. Son 15 yılda Türkiye olarak Balkan ülkeleriyle karşılıklı ticaretimizi 3,5 milyar dolardan 20 milyar dolara çıkarttık. Karşılıklı ticaretimizi 6 kat artırdık. Ayrıca yatırımlarımızı da büyüttük. Üstelik tüm bunları küresel ekonomik krize rağmen yaptık. Bundan sonra da birlikte sizlerle ve bütün Balkan ülkeleriyle birlikte çalışmak istiyoruz. Değerli katılımcılar, Balkan ülkeleri olarak hepimiz aynı coğrafyayı paylaşıyoruz. Tarihi, kültürel, insani bağlarla birbirimize bağlıyız. Ortak geçmişimiz, ortak değerlerimiz ve geleceğe dönük ortak beklentilerimiz var. Balkanlar coğrafi olarak Türkiye'nin Avrupa kıtasına giriş kapısıdır. Aynı şekilde Türkiye'de Balkan ülkeleri için Asya'ya giriş ve Orta Doğu'ya giriş kapısıdır. Bu nedenle tüm Balkan iş dünyaları olarak birlikte çalışmalıyız. Avrupa kıtasına kalıcı barış getiren Avrupa Birliği bütünleşme sürecinin bir parçası da olmak istiyoruz. Avrupa Birliği bütünleşme sürecinin Avrupa kıtasının tamamını kapsamasını istiyoruz. Değerli konuklar, tüm bunları söylerken 1980'den bu yana yaptığı reformlarla İtalya ile Çin arasındaki coğrafyanın en büyük sanayi devi olan Türkiye'nin iş dünyasının başkanı olarak konuşuyorum. Reformları arka arkaya hayata geçirmenin, küresel ekonomiye entegre olmanın, dış ticarete ve küresel yatırımcılara açık bir ekonomi olmanın ne kadar önemli olduğunu biliyoruz. Küresel ekonomideki tüm belirsizliklere ve bölgemizdeki tüm istikrarsızlığa rağmen Türkiye olarak 170 milyar doların üzerinde sanayi ürünü ihraç eden bir Türkiye haline geldik. İnanıyorum ki el ele verirsek, Bosna Hersek hükümeti ve iş dünyası el ele verirse daha büyük başarı hikayelerini Bosna Hersek'te yazacaktır. Yeter ki Bosna Hersek'e, Bosnalıların gücüne inanalım ve harekete geçin ve muhakkak birlikte çalışalım. Biz Türk iş dünyası olarak sizlere inanıyoruz ve her zaman yanınızdayız. Bu düşüncelerle sözlerime son verirken Saraybosna Yatırım Formu'nun başarılı geçmesini diliyor. Hepinizi saygıyla selamlıyorum.
Thank you very much, Mr. President of the Chambers of Commerce in Turkey. Well, it has been an excellent panel, excellent discussions. We got some very great ideas here, and although we are short in time, I would not leave without mentioning some bullet points. We heard that we should get focused on values rather than on values and in interest rather than on differences. that we should cooperate rather than compete, a kind of a race to the bottom, that we should have trust on the long-term success of our work. We heard that public-private partnerships work well, and they help. There are problems that need to be addressed, like the brain drain, which is a phenomenon that is happening throughout the region. We should work to encourage young people in business, and as an overarching message, we should always be reminded of the social challenges and, improve the inclusion and cohesion in our societies. Gentlemen, Excellencies, thank you very much. It has been really an honor for me to moderate this panel. It was really, I think, beneficial for all the audience here. Thank you indeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm applause once again for this constructive discussion. And I would like to ask all the panelists to come forward to have a group photo. Would you be so kind before leaving to have a group photo for the media representatives and official photographers? Yes. You can proceed here, please, for the group photo. Yes, we can all have the group photo, please. All the members, panelists. Molim vas, dajte samo malo prostora, znači da stanu svi kako bismo imali jednu lijepu zajedničku fotografiju. All the panelists for the group photo, thank you. Samo polako, držite razmak, molim vas, hvala. Gentlemen, smile, that would be all for you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to kindly ask you to take your seats as we're going to proceed with the program. We can move from the main stage, please, so we can proceed with the program. Zamolit ću, molim vas, dame i gospodo, da raščistimo glavni podij kako bismo mogli nastaviti sa našim oficijalnim dijelom programa. Hvala vam lijepo, naš prvi panel je završen. Sada ću zamoliti da još jednom raščistimo naš glavni podij kako bismo mogli nastaviti sa oficijalnim dijelom programa. Hvala lijepo. On the occasion of the Jubilee 10th Sarajevo Business Forum 2019, the most significant investment and business conference in Southeast Europe, we're proud to present Sarajevo Business Forum limited edition post-stamp issued by Bosna Bank International. As you can see on the main stage above my head, post-stamp are special gifts to our participant and the part of our welcome packages. We wish to thank everyone who contributed to the success of the Sarajevo Business Forum over the past 10 years. Shall now proceed with the program. And I would like to ask one more time, ladies and gentlemen, to take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to kindly ask you to take your seats and all the unnecessary items to be removed from the floor. Molim vas, predstavnici medija, ja ću zamoliti da se pomaknete kako bismo mogli nastaviti sa našim programom i oslobodimo glavni podij. Predstavnici medija, imat ćete šansu za sliku, samo molim vas da se sklonite sa glavnog podija. We shall now proceed with our program. Thank you very much for your understanding. We need to be on time, as we know that every minute counts. Znači, hvala lijepo, nastavljamo dalje. This year, we will start awards ceremony with the Jubilee 10th Sarajevo Business Forum Awards for our special guests, who have provided in their personal contribution and efforts to preserve Sarajevo Business Forum in the past 10 years. This recognition is for a very, very important guests that have attended Sarajevo Business Forum several times, in some cases more than 3 or 4 times. They are the most persistent supporters of Forum who have been with us year after year. Before we start, I will ask kindly once again media representatives to take their places. Thank you. Jubilee 10th Sarajevo Business Forum Award for contribution to the success of Sarajevo Business Forum, promotion of regional business connectivity, and support in creating sustainable investment climate on behalf of the organizer of Sarajevo Business Forum, to our honorable guests will present. Mr. Amir Bukvic, CEO of BiH, would you please come forward? As he approaches, let me give you a brief introduction. Mr. Bukvic has positioned Bosna Bank International as the fastest growing bank in Bosnia and is a founding organizer of Sarajevo Business Forum. Our second guest is Mr. Osama Abdel Rahman Kaisi, CEO of Islamic Corporation for the Insurance of Investment and Export Credit at Islamic Development Bank. Gentlemen, please join me on the stage. Thank you very much. For today's winner, I ask that you please come forward as your name is announced. I will ask you to please remain at the scene after receiving the award, because at the end of the ceremony, there will be an opportunity for a group photo. We will start with His Excellency Borut Pahor, President of the Republic of Slovenia. So I will ask him to please kindly join us on the stage. Can we have a warm applause? Thank you very much. The organizers appreciate and thank you for your support, Mr. Pahor. Please, another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We have a group photo. Thank you. Now I invite former Turkish Prime Minister Dr. Ahmet Davutoglu to join this group to receive acknowledgement for support to Sarajevo Business Forum. Thank you very much for your dedication to Sarajevo Business Forum and Bosnia and Herzegovina. We will have a group photo, please. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. We continue. Malaysia is a great supporter of regional business investment climate in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Young Berhoma Datuk Seri Dr. Mujahid Yusuf Rava is now invited to join us at the stage to receive this special recognition for himself and on behalf of Tun Dr. Mahathir bin Mohammed. We appreciate your continuous presence in the region. Please give us a warm applause for this support. Much. You can continue to your right. Mr. Ahmed bin Said Maktoum, President of the Dubai Civil Aviation Authority, CEO and Chairman of the Emirates Group, Chairman many successful companies, and second Vice Chairman of the Dubai Executive Council, please join us to accept the special 10th Sarajevo Business Forum acknowledgement. We will have a warm applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Mr. Bagir Izetbegovic, the award will receive Mr. Elvis Konjic. Please, Mr. Elvis will be present here. Thank you very much. photo as well. Thank you very much. One of the most successful Bosnian and Herzegovinian in Central and Eastern Europe, businessman and founder of the ASA Preven Group and Hastor Foundation. Mr. Nias Hastor, you're invited to join this group to accept acknowledgement for promotion for regional business connectivity and support in creating sustainable investment climate. We'll share opportunity for a group photo as well, and a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Nias Hastor. I now ask Excellency Mr. Stjepan Mesic, former President of Croatia and a great friend of Bosnia and Herzegovina, to join this group. Thank you for your interest and continued support to Sarajevo Business Forum. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. You can proceed to your right. Mr. Igor Crnadak, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bosnia and Herzegovina, please come to the stage as well. It is our honor to have you here today as well. Thank you very much. I now invite Mr. Mohammed Ibrahim Al-Shaibani, head of the Investment Corporation of Dubai and one of the key representatives of the government of the Emirate of Dubai. Please join us, sir, on the stage. Thank you very much. Group photo and a big smile. Thank you very much. I now invite Mr. Cengiz Gunay, board member of the Union of Chambers and Commodity Exchanges, Republic of Turkey. Thank you for your support very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give all our award winners another hearty round of applause. Thank you so much for joining us today and establishing support to our country and to Sarajevo Business Forum. I would like now all winners to participate in a group photo, please, so we can move maybe a bit forward here. Yes, can we ask you just to move a bit forward so we can all have space? Yes, thank you so much. We'll have a group photo now. Group photo. Here is the media representatives. We look here. Thank you. Your Excellencies, thank you very much. You can take your seats. A big applause for all of you. Now we will continue with our traditional Sarajevo Business Bridge Awards. I will ask members of the media to please remain on their seats again. Members of the media, remain on the seats. We shall continue with our second award called Sarajevo Business Bridge Award. Today, Sarajevo Business Forum continues a tradition of recognizing this region's leaders and their innumerable talents. For 4 years now, the Sarajevo Business Bridge Awards have recognized those who demonstrate outstanding achievements in business while contributing to their community. I would like to invite our judges to come forward. Mr. Amer Bukvic, CEO of BiH. Sir, I need you again by my side. So I would like to ask you to join me again, yes? I need you by my side again. Thank you, sir. His Excellency Mr. Stjepan Mesic, as well served as the president of Croatia. Thank you so much. Between 2000 and 2010. He was critical in bringing stability to the country and positioning it for a successful join the European Union in 2013. The next one is Mr. Nias Hastor, one of the most successful Bosnian Herzegovinian businessmen and founder of the Asa Prevent Group and Hastor Foundation. Thank you. You're invited to join this group, this time with a different role. Unfortunately, two judges could not be here today, but we would like to recognize their time and energy in selecting today's awards winner. Professor Danica Purg, founder and president of the IDC Bled School and Management of Slovenia, and Professor Murat Julek, professor of economics at Istanbul Commerce University, where he is director of the Center for Industrial Policy and Development. We wish you could be here, but the next time definitely. And Mr. Abdullah Skaka, please join the stage, Mayor of Sarajevo. Thank you very much for being here with us today. I would like to again remind members of the press that we will have a photo opportunity after hanging out every award and final group photo at the end. For today's winner, I would like to ask them to please come forward as your name is announced. To our honorable members of the awards committee and awards winner, once an award is handed to recipient and photos has been taken, please allow our hostesses and assistants to orient you. Awards will be given for achievement in the following categories. New Business of the Year. For early stage business from Bosnia and Herzegovina, Mr. Amir Bukvic and Mr. Nias Hastor will hand out the award to a first winner. The winner is Fly Bosnia. We ask Mr. Chris Gabriel, CEO of Fly Bosnia, to join us on the stage. Fly Bosnia aspires to become a sustainable airline based in Sarajevo, connecting Bosnia and Herzegovina with select destinations in Europe and the Middle East via direct flights. Fly Bosnia will ensure the highest levels of quality and service through an innovative, highly skilled and passionate team. Congratulations on your award. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We hope it's not too heavy for you to carry the award. For business operating within the CE region that have shown significant growth, Mr. Amir Bukvic and His Excellency Mr. Stjepan Mesic will hand out the award for Business of the Year. This year's winner is Nelt Group. A very big applause for the Nelt Group. Mr. Goran Cerovina, Executive Director, will accept the award. Congratulations to Nelt Group for the award Business of the Year. We will have a group photo. Thank you very much. Nelt Group was formed in 2013, resulting from the business development expansion to other markets. Due to the rapid growth of the business in 2018, a new transformation has been created. Congratulations on your award. We continue Entrepreneur of the Year for leaders who are creative, forward-thinking and contribute to sustainable development. Mr. Amir Bukvic and Mr. Abdullah Skaka will deliver the award to Mr. Rusmir Hrvić, CEO of US Holding. Congratulations and big applause. Mr. Hrvić is one of the most successful businessmen in the region, chairman of the management board of US Group, which at the moment employs more than 3,500 people. In his words, desire to win is greater than the fear of defeat. Profit is important, but not decisive. It is much more important to develop the local economy, to hire more people and give them a chance to grow with the entire company. Congratulations. For those who have actively worked toward employing youth and providing them with career opportunities, Mr. Amir Bukvic and Mr. Nias Hastor will deliver the award for Youth Employer of the Year. To accept this award on behalf of Sivas Group, Mr. Miroslav Popovic, technical lead and regional representative in Bosnia and Herzegovina, will join us. Thank you very much, Gospodin Miroslav Popovic. SIVAS is a company that constantly develops, invests, and cares about their employees' knowledge, courage, imagination, and responsibility. Congratulations to SIVAS Group. Thank you very much. We continue forward. For businesses that have demonstrated initiative in creating social impact, Mr. Amir Bukvic and His Excellency Stjepan Mesic will hand out the Social Impact Award. This year's winner is Coca-Cola. To receive the award on behalf of Coca-Cola, we invite Mr. Mirza Selim Hodzic, Sales Director of Coca-Cola HBC BiH Sarajevo. Coca-Cola is one of the world's largest bottlers of brands from the Coca-Cola Company. Coca-Cola system has been present in Bosnia and Herzegovina since 1975. Coca-Cola invests in local community development and supports numerous projects and local initiatives. Thank you for your incredible efforts and congratulations. And finally, for individuals or businesses in Southeastern Europe that have introduced significant innovations, I will ask Mr. Amir Bukvic, His Excellency Mr. Stjepan Mesic and Mr. Nijaz Hastor, as well as Abdullah Skaka, to hand out the Innovator of the Year award. The winner in this category is AC Food with their product Maza. To accept this award, we invite the Head of Marketing Development Division, Mr. Edhem Numic. AC Food Expert made a hazelnut spread with 20 to 30% of hazelnuts and reduced calories named Maza. This product has 39% of sugar, opposite to the currently best-selling products on the market that counts up to 56% of the sugar. Congratulations on your award. We look forward to seeing even more market-changing innovations. I would like now to ask all of the winners for a group photo, please. Photography is very important in today's sessions. If we can move a bit on the left, Mr. Nijaz. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. We can all squeeze in, I guess, with your beautiful awards and the large smiles. Thank you so much, please. Your photo for the memory and history. Congratulations once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask you for a coffee break. We ask you to proceed outside the Great Hall for today's statements to the media. And we encourage you to enjoy a coffee break to consider the many thoughts and ideas shared with us today. I will see you back here at 12:10. Thank you so much. One as well, gentlemen, is well known and of course worth mentioning. His name is Mr. Raif Dizdarevic. So here with us today is Mr. Raif Dizdarevic, President of the Presidency of the former Yugoslavia and former Minister of Foreign Affairs. So we would like to thank Mr. Dizdarevic for his presence today at 10th Sarajevo Business Forum. We're very proud to have such a distinguished guest here today with us. And now we would like to continue with today's activities with an exciting panel entitled Challenges for the CEE Region, Turning Brain Drain into a Brain Grain. Before we begin with the panel discussion, we have several impulses for the panel discussion. The first one comes from His Excellency, Dr. Ahmet Davutoglu, former Prime Minister of Turkey. Your Excellency, we look forward to your thoughts. So we would like to, thank you so much. See, he's on his way coming. Thank you so much. We will just wait another 30 seconds before Mr. Davutoglu arrives. Yes, Thank you, His Excellency. He is on his way. Thank you so much. Please have a warm applause. Thank you so much. You can take the stage.
Mr. President, Mr. Message, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, good morning. I would like to congratulate the organizers and presidency of Bosnia-Herzegovina for this excellent 10th anniversary of Sarajevo Business Forum. It is difficult to create a tradition, but once you create a tradition, in fact, you are putting a seed in soil. After some time, that becomes a huge tree. I am really proud today to have this session to address to you for several reasons. I am proud as a friend of Bosnia-Herzegovina because a city which was divided and distracted almost 25 years ago now became a city of peace, prosperity, and also a center of global forum. A country which was supposed to be divided in those years now became a country united and becoming a center of attraction for political and economic activities. I always felt myself as a Bosnian, and that feeling will continue forever. Therefore, I am proud. I am also proud because the main organizer of this event for the last 10 years was my student, Amir Bukvic. He was my student when there was war in Bosnia. From those years until now, he and his family has been like my family, my son, my daughter, my granddaughter's grandson. So as a teacher, nothing more is proudable than this one. Thank you, Amer. Thanks for Bosnia-Herzegovina. Thanks for all the people of Bosnia and all friends. About Southeast Europe. We call Southeast Europe, but historically it is called Balkans. Southeast Europe is a better terminology because there is not such reference of Balkan division, Balkan chaos, etc. But in fact, throughout centuries, Southeast Europe or Balkans has been also had really great success stories as well. Now, when we look at what will be the future of Southeast Europe and what will be the future of our region, and SECCP as the chairmanship of Bosnia-Herzegovina now, what should be the strategy? Unfortunately, in 1996, when this platform, this process has been established, it was immediately after the war in Bosnia. And now, after 23 years, it is right time to make an analysis of this past. Recently in another fora, when I was asked about the future of international order, I said psychologically there is a shift from a utopic optimism to a very nihilistic pessimism. In early 1990s, in the world after the Cold War era, there was a very utopic optimism based on end of history. But today, there is a nihilistic pessimism in many places. What I was proposing as a methodology to approach international order, I am suggesting realistic optimism. We have to be realistic. Yes, today there is international disorder on national, regional, and global level. National level in many countries in Europe, West Europe, Central Europe, East Europe, and also in global affairs in general, there is a rising tendency of populistic autocracy and rise of Islamophobia, xenophobia, right-wing politics, ethnocentric politics is rising in many countries. This is a big threat for the unity of the countries as well as for national peace in many countries. European or region-wise, after Brexit, the future of Europe is being discussed. And global level, the inability of United Nations and international organizations is deepening. So we are living in an international context as people of Balkan region or Southeast Europe, where there is a crisis in several nation states, which may affect our region as well if we do not act wisely. Ethnocentric, nationalistic tendencies, if it comes to Balkan region, if we do not act wisely, that is a big risk factor. And because of Brexit and also several other factors, there is a crisis in European continent. And also there is a crisis in UN and international organizations. What should be our response as people of Southeast Europe? I want to underline three main principles of methodology and four political principles to address this issue. One is we have to create a vision-oriented approach rather than crisis-oriented approach. People, Balkan region and Southeast Europe has been always remembered by crisis. Now it is right time that we have to create a new vision for our region. A new vision, not trying to crisis management, but trying to establish in the minds of the people for a new future projections. Second, forward-looking approach rather than backward-looking. If we look backward, meaning referring history for negative purposes, cannot produce a vision. What happened in our region happened. This is past. Now we have to have a new forward-looking methodology. And third, value-based approach rather than ideology-based approach. We have common values, humanitarian values, European values, Southeast European or Balkan values together. Throughout centuries, despite of the misperception in many minds, Balkan cities have been multicultural, multi-religious, multi-ethnic, and also in a very rich cultural background. So now, how can we develop a vision-oriented, forward-looking, and value-based approach to our region? Four basic principles, political principles we can refer. One is regional ownership and inclusiveness. If you ask me what is the basic need and concept for the future of international, regional, national order, I would say inclusiveness. And in next years and decades, there will be a struggle between inclusionists and exclusivists, those who want to include and those who want to exclude. For example, in New Zealand, when there was a massacre, Muslims were killed in a mosque. and how the Prime Minister of New Zealand acted in a wisely manner. Really, we should be all admire and we should be grateful to her attitude, how to deal with a crisis. A Christian, but understanding, making empathy. This is what I mean inclusiveness. What we need in our region today is inclusiveness. I am happy this morning when I listened to President Dodik referring to Bosnia-Herzegovina in his speech. Yes, Bosnia-Herzegovina is a state and will continue to be a state until the end of this history. But Bosnia-Herzegovina should include all the citizens, Bosniaks, Serbs, Croats, Muslims, Christians, Orthodox, Catholics, all of them. If a state includes others, these type of irredentist or exclusivist approaches will be away. But if general trend, anti-refugee psychology like in Europe, comes to Balkans, and if we start to exclude even our neighbors from the neighborhood, like what happened in the 1990s, the future of Balkans and the future of Sarajevo, the future of Bosnia-Herzegovina will be at risk. Now, the leaders of the Balkan countries should have inclusive approach in their countries and should have an inclusive approach in the region. There should be new policies inclusive of all countries, all societies in Southeast Europe. That is what we need. When I established with my great friends, Vuk Jeremic and Alkalay, in 2010, Turkey, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Serbia, trilateral process, that was a surprising news for many people. How Turks, Serbs, Bosniaks are coming together. But it was a great success story. I am grateful to, at that time, Haris Slajic and President Tadic as well, and our President Gül and our Prime Minister then Erdogan. They all supported this process. Who won out of this process? All of us won. The psychology has changed. Therefore, my first suggestion and policy proposal is inclusiveness in our region. Second is regional reintegration. Regional reintegration, I mean, Balkan region, in fact, is not a big region, but there are many states, small or big, with huge capacity or less capacity. All of them are equal to each other. No state has any superiority. Turkey is bigger than Bosnia-Herzegovina, but we are equal. But what we should have for the future is political, economic, and cultural reintegration of Balkan region. Unfortunately, our territories divided the natural, geographical, geopolitical, geoeconomic connections. From Saloniki up to Danube region, all, in fact, one regional corridor, or from Istanbul to Sarajevo, you have to go through several countries. But in fact, this is one economic corridor. So there should be full visa liberalization policies, free trade policies, common transportation policies, common energy policies to integrate all these regions, all these countries to each other under one umbrella. ASEAN is a good example of this as a regional organization. So as SEC, ECP, and Balkan regional integration is important from this perspective. Third policy proposal is a common stand in European continent, a common stand by Balkan countries in European integration process and Europe in general. For example, there is a Nordic wing of Europe. There is a central wing. Why don't we have a Southeast European wing or Balkan wing having a common stand? I am proud of saying here, in NATO MEP status discussion, all Balkan countries united to support Bosnia-Herzegovina in NATO. And that was a good example that all the neighbors of Bosnia-Herzegovina supported to give the status of map to Bosnia-Herzegovina. These type of good examples will give a new approach in the region. And fourth, common stance in global affairs. We may have differences among ourselves, but if there is a candidate from one Balkan country, the other countries should support. Again, when Serbian former Minister of Foreign Affairs Jeremic became candidate for presidency of United Nations General Assembly, there was a general sense this is from the region. Future belongs to us. Future will be specified by us. It depends on how we will react to the challenges in front of us. So, in short, if we develop a common vision, forward-looking and value-based, and if we implement regional ownership, inclusiveness in our relevant countries as well as in our region, to achieve a regional reintegration and having a common stance in Europe and global affairs, that will create a new future, bright future for all of us. That should be the strategy, that should be the vision for the new generations. I hope in all Balkan languages, one Turkish word is everywhere, everybody knows, which is shorba. Shorba. So when I look our region, Southeast Europe, I always say a very, very tasteful shorba with different ingredients. All of our part of this shorba. If we want to keep this taste, if we want to keep the taste of shorba, then Muslims, Orthodox, Christians, Jews, Turks, Serbs, Bosniaks, Albanian, Romanian, Greeks, Macedonian, Croatian or Slovenian, Kosovo, all of them will submit a very good menu to the international table of international order. I hope this experience and this vision will be an exceptional case of success in this international turmoil. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think we all agree that it was a pleasure to hear the insights of Dr. Davutoglu about inclusiveness and about regional integration. And now we will hear a message from His Excellency, Mr. Stjepan Mesić, former President of Croatia. Mr. Mesić, the stage is yours. Thank you so much.
Poštovani gospodine Amir Bukvić, veliki prijatelju Bosne i Hercegovine i cijelog jugoistoka Europe, gospodine Davutoglu, poštovani panelisti, poštovani sudionici i gosti, gospođe i gospodo, čast mi je govoriti na ovako važnom forumu koji već jedno desetljeće uspješno otvara kroz rasprave političkih i biznis lidera ključna pitanja za razvoj poduzetništva na jugoistoku Europe. I ne samo to, nego nudi i smjernice kako da ljudi na ovim prostorima žive bolje, imaju veće plaće i mirovine, ali uređenije države, takve u kojima se napreduje po sposobnostima, a nema korupcije. Hvala organizatorima da je fokus ovogodišnjeg biznis foruma rasprava o odljevu mozgova, talentiranih i obrazovanih ljudi iz zemalja jugoistoka Europe s naglaskom na politike da se ti negativni procesi uspore, zaustave i ljudi vrate. Odgovor na gubitak talenata i fenomen bijega mozgova je jako složen iz više razloga. Naime, slobodno kretanje radne snage temeljno je pravo Europske unije, građana i zemalja koje su na putu da postanu članice. Talentirani i obrazovani ljudi odlaze jer ih privlači život u velikim i dobro organiziranim gradovima, veće plaće i drugi oblici nematerijalnog uvažavanja koje doživljavaju na radnim mjestima u inozemstvu. Mnogi žele da njihova djeca ne žive u društvu korupcije i nejednakih mogućnosti za razvoj i zato odlaze iz svojih zemalja. Pored toga, strukturalne razlike unutar neke zemlje i koncentracija bogatstva samo na glavne gradove i određene grupe ljudi širi nevjericu u bolje sutra. Hrvatska je članica Europske unije od 2013. A svejedno zadnjih godina imamo eksploziju odlaska obrazovanih ljudi. U Hrvatskoj se mnoga sela prazne, županije gube stanovnike, to se sada polako širi i na ostale gradove. Broj umirovljenika se povećava, te ako se ti trendovi ne zaustave, sustav bi mogao se urušiti. Bijeg mozgova nije nešto novo, ima dugu povijest, a nije ni tipičan samo za jugoistok Europe. Radnici iz jugoistočne Europe odlaze u Njemačku, kojoj, kao i drugim zemljama sjeverne Europe, nedostaju stručni, visoko obrazovani radnici. Tako je kvalificirana migracija iz ovih prostora ne samo 2019. nego i prije 45 godina bila od pokretača razvoja jakih ekonomija Europe. To s druge strane postoje dubinski problemi za sve zemlje u regiji kojima trebaju njezini mladi obrazovani ljudi, ali oni odlaze jer nema novca da ih se zaposli. Političari na vlasti nisu dovoljno sposobni napraviti razvoj bez niskih plaća. Za jugoistočnu Europu je problem što ako plaće rastu, ulagači odlaze. S druge strane, iz pravca zapada nije došlo do transfera znanja, pristupa naprednim tehnologijama i prilika koje garantiraju dugoročni razvoj zemalja jugoistoka Europe. Talentirani i obrazovani odlaze s Balkana u razvijene i bogatije zemlje koje im olakšavaju taj odlazak s Balkana koji se prazni. On stagnira. Postali smo izvoznik pametnih i obrazovanih ljudi i ta nepoželjna dinamika odlazaka se nastavlja. Poslije raspada Jugoslavije optuživali smo socijalizam zbog odlaska nekvalificirane radne snage. Za visoko obrazovane tada su se osiguravali stanovi, krediti i drugo. Političke elite sada samo konstatiraju stvari, ali ne nalaze rješenja. Migracije kvalitetnih ljudi teško pogađaju siromašne zemlje i to pitanje zaslužuje sustavnu pažnju politike. Pozitivno je da smo uočili da taj problem postoji, da se on proučava i da se pokušava riješiti. Znanstvenici predviđaju da će 2050. godine iz ovih prostora otići 1/4 ljudi. Sve to traži od političara da odmah djeluju i da se tom problemu obrate tako da oblikuju politike i mjere koje će zadržati i ponovo vratiti visoko obrazovanu radnu snagu. Politika povratka mozgova mora se uskladiti sa razvojnim ciljevima zemlje. Mjere su, kao što sam rekao, brojne i kreću se od pronalaženja razvojnih modela koji će osigurati rast standarda ljudi do boljih uvjeta rada i poštivanja radnika, te zaustaviti egzodus najboljih i najpametnijih koji se zove bijeg mozgova i koji siromašne ekonomije čini još siromašnijima. Kada sam se 2004. godine susreo s premijerom Malezije, gospodinom Mohamedom Mahtijarom, i u Hrvatskoj na geoekonomskom forumu, on je kazao: zemlje odabiru najbolje stručnjake i iz siromašnih zemalja bez ikakve naknade. Talentirano osoblje iz siromašnih zemalja također treba smatrati intelektualnim vlasništvom. Povlačenjem talentiranih iz bogatih zemalja trebalo bi dovesti do plaćanja naknade, to je ono interesantno, naknade zemljama koje su ih školovale i stvorile. To je kao, kako je Bahtijar rekao, to je kao plaćanje nogometaša kad idu iz kluba u klub. Sjetite se da su siromašne zemlje potrošile mnogo novca na obrazovanje svojih ljudi. Sasvim je nepošteno da će na kraju bogate zemlje izabrati najbolje među njima, a siromašne zemlje nakon toga ulaganja u obrazovanje dobile bi samo ostatke ili neuspjehe. To nije sustavno rješenje, ali te naknade bi trebalo uložiti u financiranje politike povratka. Mladi ljudi koji emigriraju iz razvijene zemlje stječu obrazovanje i iskustvo. Treba poticati da se vraćaju kući, povećavaju kvalitetu ljudskog kapitala i promiču poduzetništvo u svojim matičnim zemljama. Kako bi se potakao povratak kvalificiranih u zemlje jugoistoka Europe, to jest kući, može se učiti iz primjera Kine, koja ima veliku stopu povratka. Kineska politika je napravila plan za povratak talentiranih koji je usklađen s ekonomskim planom. Kineska vlada je napravila programe za talente i uvela povratničke poduzetničke start-up parkove, sve s ciljem poticanja iseljenika na povratak i njihovog doprinosa gospodarskom razvoju. Za vrijeme nedavne konferencije 16+1 moglo se s Kinezima i o tome razgovarati. Međutim, da li se razgovaralo, ja to ne znam, ali uskoro ćemo vidjeti. Zahvaljujem što ste me saslušali.
Mr. Mesic, thank you for that memorable introduction. And now, moving briefly to our panel, it is my pleasure to announce the name of the panel. It's called Challenges for the CEE Region, Turning Brain Drain into Brain Grain. And this session will be moderated by Mr. Almir Shahovic, Assistant Minister from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Also, Mr. Shahovic was the representative of Bosnia and Herzegovina to the Council of Europe in Strasbourg. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm applause for this panelist. Thank you so much for being here today with us.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister Davutoglu, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this panel, which is organized under the auspices of Bosnia and Herzegovina Southeastern European Cooperation Process Chairmanship in Office. The motto of our chairmanship in office is the better connectivity for better life. We think that it suits perfectly to the spirit and the aim of this Sarajevo Business Forum. The topic that we are going to speak about today is currently maybe one or maybe even the most important for the development and the future of the whole of our region. The outflow of our young people, of our especially educated people. We would like to take this opportunity to discuss with our outstanding panelists the reasons and consequences of this ongoing phenomenon and to try to find the adequate answers in order to slow down, stop, and reverse it in the future. So it is my really great honor and pleasure to be in the possibility to introduce our today's prominent panelists. His Excellency Minister Mohammed Rizwan, Minister of Entrepreneur Development of Malaysia. Good afternoon, Minister, and thank you very much for taking part in this important panel. Mr. Ivan Ivanišević, Director General for Multilateral Relations, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Montenegro. Dear Ivan, thank you very much for coming to Sarajevo. Mr. Sven Petke, Director of Konrad Adenauer Foundation for Bosnia and Herzegovina and former member of Brandenburg State Parliament in Germany. Mr. Petke, thank you very much for coming to join us. Mr. Rešad Začina, co-founder and executive director of the Bosnia-Herzegovina startup named Ministry of Programming with the headquarters in Sarajevo. Thank you very much, Mr. Začina. Mr. Umut Erkecer, Director for Aid, Effectiveness and International Cooperation, Economic Policy Research Foundation, Republic of Turkey. Thank you very much, Mr. Ergezer. And my friend, if I could say, Mr. George Mura, Executive Director of the Western Balkan Fund from Tirana. I would like just to recall you that the Western Balkan Fund is the first and the only governmental organization, financial governmental organization, which was established by Western Balkan 6 government with the only aim to financially support the different projects of the civil society in the whole of our region. Mr. Dear George, thank you very much for coming here. Now, just some words concerning our panel. At the very beginning, I will ask every panelist a question, of course related to our topic, but also as well as to his own experience and position. After that, I hope that we will have some time. I will open the floor for the audience for some questions, for a set of questions, and followed by our panelists' comments. And at the end of this exchange, if we have enough time, I would kindly ask the panelists to make a short conclusion and a message. Now, maybe we could start with our questions. Your Excellency, Minister Rizwan, once again, thank you very much for being with us. I have to say that after some decades of the planning economy in many countries of our region, the sense of the business and startup amongst our societies has a little bit decreased. Taking into account your enormous experience in this field, may I ask you to give us an advice how to regain the business sense and thus to enrich the private sector, and by doing so to reinforce our economies. And of course, it goes without saying that the strong economies are the main prerequisite in order to keep the young people in that country. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I must thank you for inviting me to speak in this forum, which actually created 10 years ago by Yang Amat Berhormat Tun Dr. Mahathir, our Prime Minister, and still is our Prime Minister the second time. And what I would like to share with you, as everyone knows, it's not peculiar to Malaysia only. The prevailing outflow of migration among professionals, which basically become the resources for any advanced economies, developing economies, startup nations, is also experienced by other countries. Now, this is even more so, more acute with the advancement of science and technology. Now, in Malaysia, for example, there is a marked increase in outflow of skilled workers, experts to other advanced economies, simply because perhaps we need to relook at our own environment, particularly in the area of economy, social and cultural factors, as well as political. Now, you see recently we have just changed the government, but led again yet by the Prime Minister Dr. Mahathir, and we are rejuvenating the economy. We are rejuvenating the human resource development. It is important for us, for example, to stress more on human capital development. We have a lot of higher institutions of learning. We are now looking at restructuring our education system. One of the trusts that has been mandated to me by the Prime Minister, for example, we are looking at a model where we'll train people, we'll create people to look for job creation rather than seeking for employment. Now, this is very important. If you want to look at just creating employment, the challenges that we face, as I said earlier, is to relook at our economy, to look at our social and cultural factor, as well as our political collaboration among the various components that basically made up from races of different background. And we are a very diverse, we have a very diverse culture, and we've been able so far to grow together in a liberal society without compromise to the constitution of the country. And we are focused on trying to develop the resources that come from the low-income group. Now, it is very important for us to make sure the drain that we have been experiencing is reduced, and we want to gain back from those experts that have been now working in advanced economies. We have to create an environment, the ecosystem, by giving them a lot more incentive, for example. We are trying to attract those successful entrepreneurs, especially that's now thriving in the world over. There are success stories that I can share with you. There are entrepreneurs that's now that you're supposed to be present or supposed to thrive or supposed to sort of benefit from the economic development now is thriving in advanced economy. They are in the United States, they are in United Kingdom, they are even in the Balkan states, they are even in the Middle East. We want to bring them back. We want to bring them back so that they can lead Malaysia once again into what we call in Asia, once more, the roaring tiger of Asia. And this is the vision of the Prime Minister, which we have to continue. So we are creating an environment, we are creating facilities, we are creating a lot of incentive for the brain to come back, so that we want to reverse it from the brain drain to the brain gain. Now, we have this example, a program called the Returning Expatriate Expert Program. We are giving 15% tax incentive, as an example. We are giving tax exemption on some of the belongings that they have which they purchase overseas. We are giving, for those Malaysians in Bosnia, for example, if they have a family here, their family here, we're going to bring them back and we give PR status to the spouse and the children. And we also will want to bring back by giving incentive like tax exemption, all the personal effects. We also have this, what we call the STAR program, what we call the Scholarship Talent Attraction and Retention Program for the Public Service Department. And I must say, JPH, the public service, can serve their government bond in the private sector as well. They can serve in the private sector. No longer they are mandated, they made themselves, or they are forced to work in the government. But now more than 6,000, for example, today, the scholars from the government, from the government program has come back and work in the private sector. Now, we also have this specific program for women, for example. We have this, they are become the, those that become the breadwinners of the country or the family, And we have specific program tailor-made for the women entrepreneurs, for example, in Malaysia, through financial institutions, through the sectors that we know the women can excel. Now, this is one of the ways that we want to retain. Now, one of the major policy that we have come up, soon after the Prime Minister, Dr. Mahathir, came back, once again as a Prime Minister, we want to develop what we call the entrepreneurship development policy. Theme again, creating job creators, molding the institution, the educational system, into getting them to stream into entrepreneurship rather than looking for employment. When we have this creation of entrepreneurship, these are the people that will create employment. And this will one day will become, hopefully, through our NEF, the National Entrepreneurship Framework, which we have just launched, and we're going to form that as a basis for the what we call it, the entrepreneurship, the National Entrepreneurship Policy. We're going to be endorsed by the Prime Minister in July, for example. That will give the impetus for us to drive the nation economy based on entrepreneurship. And one of the strategic thrusts, or rather 4 of the strategic thrusts that we have drawn up, economic growth through innovation-driven entrepreneurship, comprehensive integrated entrepreneurship development, boosting entrepreneurship among B40, which is the lower income group. The lower income, which is about 40% of the nation. And we also want to scale up those entrepreneurs that has been so far successful in the scale that can be developed to go beyond borders, beyond the country. This is where the forum like this may be useful for us to collaborate, to enhance, to scale up the entrepreneurship, having multilateral cooperation, having bilateral cooperation between countries, in particular today in Sarajevo with the participating nation. Now, we are very focused in specific industry where we want to have job creators. We are very focused, for example, today, I think later on, I think tomorrow I'll be leading the panel for halal industry, for example. We are also focusing in Malaysia, try to develop, to enhance further into our aerospace, into our automotive. This also we can attract a lot of Malaysians to come back. The brains that's now, for example, working in Japan, working in the USA, working in the UK to come back so that they can take advantage of the ecosystem that we are creating and championed by the Ministry of Entrepreneurial Development. So those are the little examples that I can give you. 6 minutes is too short for me to share a comprehensive plan that we have. And I hope that is the general overview what we want to do. In short, in conclusion, we are creating an environment which is friendly to bring the brains back to Malaysia, friendly to bring investment into the country. We are looking even overhauling the bureaucratic system to allow for economy to prosper. Thank you.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for this really, if I could say, impressive advice and the experience that you might have wished to share with us. Now, I'd like to go to our colleague from Montenegro, Mr. Ivan Ivanišević. As I said, you are Director General for Multilateral Relations in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Montenegro. Mr. Ivanišević is one of the leading countries in the Western Balkans in Euro-Atlantic integration process. May I ask you how you see the NATO and the EU accession process relates to this issue, how this process could give more perspective for the young people as an important message concerning their possible decision to stay in their country. Thank you.
Prije svega, hvala vam, poštovani gospodine Šahoviću i uvaženi organizatori, na prilici da danas govorim pred ovako posebnim i uvaženim skupom, da se izrazim na 10. Sarajevo Biznis forumu i da prenesem najtoplije pozdrave iz Crne Gore. U odgovoru na naše pitanje želio bih se skoncentrisati na, čini mi se, jedno razmišljanje koje objedinjuje odgovor, a sažao bih ga u jednu rečenicu. Dakle, to je da mladi ljudi danas, uprkos problemima koje svi suočavamo, posebno oni najbolji među nama, ipak ne traže odmah i u kratkom roku zaradu. Usuđujem se to da kažem kao neko koji ipak ovaj posao počeo kad je 21. vijek već odavno bio počeo. I želim da svoje izlaganje sažmem u jednu rečenicu. Dakle, to je inspiracija i kreativnost u društvu koje je zasnovano na vrijednostima. Ja sam, kao neko ko se bavi spoljnim poslovima i diplomatijom, danas posebno inspirisan. Dakle, nije se mogao ni u svojim snovima zamišljati da ću biti u prilici da danas predstavljam svoju zemlju, inspirisan ljudima, poput čovjeka koji sjedi preko puta mene, koji je vodio zemlju i ministarstvo jedne velike države i u nasljedstvo nam ostavio jedan veliki i težak zadatak da svi u svojim malim okvirima pokušavamo dostići vrijednost i ulogu koju je ta diplomatija imala. Također, nisam ni sanjao da ću biti u prilici da govorim pred čovjekom čija je briljantna politička karijera i 2 puta predsjednikovanje svojom državom učinilo da na dnevni red jednog veoma posebnog regiona vrati, rekao bih, pitanje antifašizma. I također, na kraju, i svi će mi drugi uvaženi gosti oprostiti, što ću reći da nisam mogao da sanjam da ću govoriti pred predsjednikom jedne od najvažnijih svjetskih država, koja kroz vjekove stoji na granici civilizacija, a koji je svo svoje znanje, iskustvo, političku i životnu mudrost imao prilike, čemu sam na početku svoje karijere mogao da svjedočim, mogao da iskaže i kroz predsjedavanje Savjetom Evrope, odnosno Vijećem Evrope, kako se kaže u Strasburu, i ponudi jednoj panevropskoj organizaciji viđenje države koja ima što da kaže u zapadnom svijetu. Mislim da mladim ljudima pripada ta vrsta obaveze da inspiraciju iz ovakvih političkih i životnih karijera iscrpe i upotrijebe za ono što je naša suštinska potreba. Tu se nadovezujem na drugu riječ iz početne rečenice, a to je kreativnost, gdje kroz različite procese saradnje i razvoj bilateralnih odnosa koje razvijamo svakodnevno među našim državama i ovdje prisutnim i posebno u regionu Zapadnog Balkana, razvijamo kroz međunarodne organizacije, inicijative kojima pokušavamo podstaći konkretan razvoj, a gdje mladi imaju dominantnu ulogu. Siguran sam da će uvaženi direktor Mura o tome govoriti s jednog drugačijeg aspekta, ali ja želim da istaknem da nije bez simbolike i bez značaja činjenica da je i posljednji od radnih okvira na našem putu ka Evropskoj uniji donio, rekao bih, ključnu ulogu omladinske saradnje u promišljanju naše budućnosti. I sve to se na kraju svede na treći koncept koji je supremacija prava, odnosno jednakost svih i zajedništvo i standardi. Raduje me što predstavljam državu koja je na jednom uspješnom putu postala članica NATO integracije, NATO saveza, kao okvira koji već 70 godina ne postoji rata. Raduje me izuzetan napredak koji smo ostvarili u evropskom integracionom putu, gdje nas očekuje samo još jedno poglavlje da onda kompletiramo taj pregovarački proces i usmjerimo ga ka svojoj, nadam se, izvjesnosti. Zbog toga mi se čini da poruke poput jutrošnje poruke koju je uputio predsjednik Republike Slovenije o značaju Zapadnog Balkana za Evropu i pozicije koju na geopolitičkoj mapi mora igrati naš region značajno doprinose ostanku ljudi i snaženju njihove percepcije da je uspješna perspektiva ipak moguće ovdje. Kroz brojne primjere koje i vlade Crne Gore, ali i sve vlade u ovom dijelu Evrope sprovode na podsticanju omladinskih politika, zapošljavanje, kroz promociju vrijednosti na kojima težimo, čini mi se da se čini napredak u toj oblasti. S druge strane, redovno i u sredstvima javnog informisanja pročitamo podatke poput onog od prije par dana u crnogorskoj štampi da gotovo 1300 ili 1400 crnogorskih studenata trenutno studira u inostranstvu. automatski se vraća pitanje koliko će se od njih vratiti i to svoje znanje primijeniti u Crnoj Gori. Smatram da kao ljudi koji se bave javnim poslom i kao oni koji se zalažu za jačanje koncepta jednakosti i solidarnosti, moramo učiniti dodatni napor da vrijednosti koje smo kao regija i kao država u konkretnom slučaju usvojili učlanjenjem NATO i nadam se učlanjenjem u Evropsku uniju, moramo promovisati na način da se kroz podsticanje kreativnih politika i saradnje koja je nama svima svojstvena, koju ostvarujemo i kroz brojne regionalne okvire, priznajući međusobno diplome i ukidajući biznis barijere, stvorimo priliku da mladi ljudi kod nas ostvaruju svoju budućnost. Ja sam zahvalan na prilici da govorim na našem panelu i od mene za sad toliko. Hvala.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ivan Jurčević, for your very inspiring answers. Now, I would like to ask one question to our panelist, Mr. Petke. Mr. Petke, in your opinion, how state and local parliaments could be better engaged in improving business environment and pushing even a little bit more the creation, establishment of the startup? And how you see the intra-regional cooperation in this field as possible impetus to our economies? Please.
Thank you for your question. At the events of the CAS, I'm most frequently asked about the topic of brain drain from Bosnia-Herzegovina. The participants complain about the departure of the family members, neighbors, and colleagues. They are worried about the future of the cities and of their homeland. Last Saturday, at an event in Tomislavgrad, I was told that Germany should create jobs in the town to stop these departures. Maybe you know about the monument to guest workers in Tomislavgrad. In Germany, workers from Bosnia and Herzegovina quickly find a job. They enjoy a good reputation, and their legal options have been expanded in recent years. I have doubts about the numbers here in West Balkans. I have the recent numbers from Germany. At the end of 2018, around 10.9 million people of exclusively foreign nationality were registered in Germany. 10.9 million. According to the Federal Statistic Office of Germany, this included around 266,000 foreigners from countries outside the European Union with a resident permit for the purpose of employment. By the end of 2017, there had been 217,000. Thus, the annual growth rate reached a value from more than 20% for the third year in a row. The main countries of origin of this group of people included India, 12%, China, 9%, Bosnia and Herzegovina, 8%, as well as the United States, 7%. The labor migration of West Balkan nationals has significantly increased in recent years. To the end of 2018, Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia, Montenegro, Kosovo and Macedonia together accounted for almost 25% of all foreigners with resident permits for employment purposes. At the end of 2015, the share was still around 9%, from 9% to 25%. That's the numbers from Germany. This high percentage is also expression of the difficult political and economic situation in their homelands. People make a decision that will improve their lives and the lives of their children. The governments of West Balkans countries have limited means to prevent the emigration of highly skilled people, even in favorable geographical, social, and economic circumstances. However, they can easy to return of those who have left by introducing smart economic schemes and other incentives. To take advantage of the enormous potential benefits of migration in economic, social, and human capital, leaders in the West Balkans first need to change their narrative on the issue. As West Balkan countries, diaspora communities are large relative to their domestic population. Diaspora ministries should take to lead in this progress. Economic, trade, labor, and finance ministers must also be involved in drafting policies and strategies on migration and development. Currently, a lack of communication between diasporas and these institutions hinders the effort. However, governments could appoint liaison officers to large diaspora communities who would provide much needed advice on immigration and aid attempts to develop concrete measures that would benefit countries in the region. The discourse on how to make use of diasporas has made some progress in recent years. In 2013, Kosovo launched a campaign entitled "You Are Part of Homeland," which registered 400,000 diaspora members, an important first step in tackling the issue. For countries in Western Balkans, the domestic economy is key. The tide of immigration will begin to turn once the economy expands, once the fears driven primarily by the economic worry that caused many to leave the region dissipate, and Western Balkans governments make a serious effort to persuade people to return. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for these very important inputs. Now, I'd like to ask one question to another panelist, Mr. Reshad Zarchina. You and your company, I would say, are the very examples of a success story. You know that you lived, I think, in Sweden. You decided to return to Bosnia. You settled your company, which is now one of the, let's say, most important startups in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So my question is, what made up your mind to return back and to show that good, profitable businesses could develop in our country and our region?
Thank you very much. So first, I must say that it's a great honor to be here in front of this audience. And yeah, I'm going to tell you a couple of things about my story. First, I am an engineer, and I was doing that job for more than 10 years. I was working for companies from the US, from, I don't know, from Austria, Switzerland, etc., all of that from Sarajevo, right? And I was an ideal candidate to leave the country after some years and years. And actually, I did that. Several years ago, I decided to go to Sweden because I was so much influenced by the media and by everything that I was reading out there And it felt like a natural step for someone that spent so much time in this country. It felt kind of hopeless to stay here in a way, and I just decided to leave. But what happened was that when I went to Sweden, I was part of one of the most important startups in the Stockholm community. And just to give you a little bit more of background, I was part of 3 of the top 50 startups in Europe in 2016. So I knew how to build things, how to lead technical teams. I was doing my living in Stockholm. I was even involved in immigrating people from other countries into Sweden. And then at some point I realized, okay, what can I do to replicate this same model to Bosnia and Herzegovina? How could I maybe go back and build absolutely the same things that I'm doing in Sweden to build them in Bosnia? And it was quite a crazy idea, right? But yeah, it turned out quite well actually. So after a couple of years in Stockholm, I came back here and I founded a company called Ministry of Programming. So it's not a ministry, that's a company named like that. So yeah, I co-founded a company with my twin brother, and we had some really rapid growth. Last year, just after 3.5 years of operation, we exported 7.5 million in exports outside of Bosnia. Thank you. We also made 2 million clear profit. So we managed to show that you can build things in a country like Bosnia, even if we didn't have absolutely any support from the government. But what we had are the people, because the people are the most important thing. And what anyone in the tech industry will tell you is that people from this region, like His Excellence Mr. Davutoglu said, the people from this region are extremely talented. They are extremely brave. They can accomplish many things, and they are powering some of the biggest economies of the world. And you have also many examples from Croatia as well. Companies like Rimac Automobiles or Infobip, etc. We are capable of building tech companies and as well other types of businesses, and we need to show that to the world. And I think that actually that are great opportunities to retain the smart people because they want to stay in their country. I have many examples in my company as well. Also, one important thing to mention is that we managed to build the BiH Alliance in Bosnia, which is an organization that is assembling 60 of the biggest companies with thousands and thousands of developers. And the interesting fact is that actually many of the co-founders of those companies are people that came from the Western world. They came back from the Western world. So this recipe works. Like we have seen in Malaysia and other countries as well. So the recipe works. We just need to put more work into making a better business environment so we can operate better and employ people on more favorable terms. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that your personal story is showing that really the people in this region is very talented and that there is still lots of room for the new investments in Bosnia, but in the whole of the Southeastern Europe. Thank you very much. Mr. Ergezer, what is the Turkish practice in using the experience of its own people who left the country and become successful entrepreneurs in developed world? And have you attracted an important number of them to start business in Turkey? And I have another small maybe question. Is, in your opinion, how could you tell us about what private sector can do to attract more young and educated people to return and to stay in their countries? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. First of all, let me extend my gratitude to the organizer of this important event and extend an invitation to TEPA, which is the Economic Policies Research Foundation of Turkey. It's sponsored by TOBB, but it has been selected one of the top 40 globally influential policy think tank in the world. I recently joined TEPAV, almost 10 days. Before and now, as part-time, I'm working for the United Nations Development Fund as aid for trade for the MENA region, Middle East and North Africa. Before, I used to work for SEFTA Secretariat as its acting director for a couple of years and deputy director, and before I was working for the European Commission for 10 years. So that's why all the questions which you ask to me, I will give you a little bit general, but a wider perspective. First of all, it's an honor also to speak before my Prime Minister, Davutoğlu, my professor in the university. Both universities basically are same, that I mean, he lectured and I used to be a student there. And Mr. President of Croatia, when I joined CEFTA, Croatia was one of the members of CEFTA. And then they successfully joined European Union. So I know how Croatia had developed, and I had an opportunity to sit when Croatia and Turkey started the accession negotiations. I was sitting on the bench of the European Commission to observe how these two countries have developed. So in terms of languages, which actually a little bit makes up our minds, we tell, let's say, people who displace themselves from the country that they were born to another country. But we give them different names. We call them either refugees or economic migrants or expatriates or guest workers or displaced people, which I will use this term because it covers all. And I think it's without prejudice. And the reasons of this displacement, why? Whether it's perceived or not, whether it's true or not, whether it's under their imagination or not, whether they are influenced or not, they want to live a better life. And that's all. I underline this because we cannot question. And this perception of living or intention to live better life is a combination of different factors. It could be economic factors, it could be seek for better education for family members, for their kids, or to have less air pollution, to have, according to them, perceived less corruption. But these are perceptions of individual perceptions. But another term that I would underline, how we are seeing our today world, particularly in this region. Today you heard different terms referring the same countries. Southeast Europe, Western Balkans, I will add one, CEFTA parties, accession countries, negotiating countries, but we are talking about the same group of countries in the end. But it basically offers some divisions. And that's why I refer and I support what Mr. Davutoğlu underlined. We should be regionally inclusive rather than exclusive. And from that point of view, I would say that the reasons why our people in the region want to go to West. I will take your attention of one of a very important law of nature, is gravity. How we measure gravity? Gravity is the function of two masses, of two planets, divided by the distance between themselves. And we apply this in economics. So two economic zones or two countries with their GDP divided by their distance or proximity, I would say, rather than maybe in addition to geographical distance, but also cultural proximity, religious, historical. And what we see is that if small planet, small economy is getting closer to a bigger mass, bigger planet, even that smaller economy may have their neighbors, which is very close by to that planet or that country or that economy. The gravitational powers, the attraction of bigger economy is much higher. What is happening in the Western Balkans or Southeast Europe is actually the same. There are bilateral fragmentations between the economies, which I will give just a couple of examples. And that's why their economies are diverted from their relations, economic relations between each other to the bigger planet. Which is this bigger planet? Is the EU. The region is 20 million, EU is 520 million. 6 or 7 economies signed a regional free trade agreement with each other, which is called CEFTA. But each economy has signed bilateral free trade agreement with the EU. And each economy does not sign all free trade agreements which the EU had signed. And the free trade agreements which that they had signed, CEFTA parties or Western Balkans or Southeast Europe, are not the best free trade agreements which the EU offered to the third countries. Morocco, for example, Tunisia have better free trade agreements with the EU than CEFTA. In terms of investment, in terms of trade in goods, in terms of trade in services. And what is happening when you sign a bilateral free trade agreement with a bigger planet, even though geographically it's your neighbor within that region, the trade statistically is being diverted steadily by 10 years to the EU. I mean, even, for example, I remember those figures. Montenegro is getting more and more diverted from Serbia, from Bosnia to the EU. And it's true for all other countries as well within the region. And with this gravitational power, it affects also investments. But we see another term which we are using always in our languages, EU accession. And we are also creating a kind of, for me as a perception, that EU accession offers economic growth. It is empirically, it's not proven. I mean, I advise you to make a comparative analysis by the GDP growths of Iceland, Croatia, Turkey, and Montenegro. Croatia and Turkey started on the very same day of the accession negotiations, and Croatia basically successfully joined the EU. Iceland stopped the negotiations. Even we may put the UK, which is one of the G7 countries, will leave soon the EU, and Montenegro and Turkey. And in this GDP growth, Turkey is on the top. Some other countries is following, and Croatia, unfortunately, for many years is in minus. And can we say that EU accession in the key chapters can ensure economic growth? As I said, there are some other factors which promotes economic growth, like access to market, like offering skills and to attract skilled labor, or to provide better regulatory environments. but there is no acquis on economic growth. And for other economic growth-related topics, the countries are left to develop their own policies, which is true. Which is true that that's why these countries should develop their own policy formulations to promote the economic growth, hopefully in a regionally inclusive manner. None of these countries in Western Balkans are stopped by the EU accession process to sign new free trade agreements with Mediterranean countries, which the EU has already had. But the EU is not telling per se because it's not part of the EU accession process. So eventually, I would like to end my first, let's say, intervention, is that it's good to increase the mass. It's good to increase our country's access to other markets to make the economies bigger before we join the EU. Because the first thing what I learned when I started to work for CEFTA, it's a kind of saying that for Balkan people, we prefer to get drawn in Nordic Sea rather than swimming in the Adriatic. So what we are suggesting is that what we should do is that we first swim in Adriatic, in Aegean, in Mediterranean, in Black Seas, and then maybe we don't get drawn in the Nordic Sea. So that's my speech or intervention. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, and especially for stressing the importance of this regional cooperation, which is maybe one of the key words for the economic development. Now, Mr. Mura, you are the executive director, as I said, of the Western Balkan Fund, which is the only intergovernmental organization which was established by the governments of the Western Balkans in order to financially support the different projects of the civil society. Western Balkan Fund has become completely operational a little bit more than 1 year ago. Up to now, you had 2 calls for the projects with lots of interest by the different actors of the civil society in the whole of our region. My question is how you see that civic society can bring new ideas to this very important issue that we are speaking about today. And furthermore, do you see a cooperation among certain local communities and using their best practices and lessons learned could contribute to a better business environment? And from your experience, do you think that it would be useful to launch some projects among the civil society with the aim of establishment of a kind of a better business networking in the region? Thank you.
Thank you, Almir. Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister Davutoglu, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, I am honored and really pleased to participate in this panel. And allow me to express my best wishes for Bosnian chairmanship in office of the Southeast Europe cooperation process, because your success is also our success, Mr. Chairman. I want to use this opportunity to present the Western Balkan Fund as a new model and a new opportunity in our region in dealing with the challenges of young generations and the future of youth cooperation in our region. There are around 40 to 45,000 civil society organizations in the Western Balkans. The number is quite important. Each year, they organize important events, mobilizing hundreds and thousands of their stakeholders, fulfilling important duties of check and balance for our young democracies, and trying to influence the governments and to hold them accountable. The Western Balkan Fund was created by the governments of the Western Balkans to support civil society activities, projects, and initiatives in the region. As you, dear Almir, said, it was the first time that our governments have dedicated financial resources to support civil society regional activities. It's a very positive development in our region. Our mission is all about enhancing people-to-people links in our region. As Mr. Davutoglu said, in our region we have many common values that bring us together, that needs to be known, shared, and exposed. Knowing better each other and our neighbors, working together towards the same goals is the right path for creating and enriching our regional identity and building our joint European future. It is also known that the key three words in the regional cooperation processes in the Western Balkans are connectivity, facilitation, and also increasing mobility in the region. Western Balkan Fund is dedicated to the so-called soft connectivity and improving the mobility of the people in the region, all based in the principle that better we know each other, better we cooperate together, better we can find prejudices, and we can achieve more in improving our relations. This is also the best way, as you said, dear Almir, to create the positive perception for our region, and especially to the young people, to give them opportunities and to provide them with opportunities to continue to work and to live in our beautiful region. We are a grant-giving organization. We provide small and medium grants to projects that are coming from civil society organizations in the region in three key areas, which is cultural cooperation, education and research, and sustainable development. Youth, gender, and EU integration are cross-cutting issues for all our projects. As you said, we have launched 2 regional calls with not a huge amount of money, €500,000 euros, and we are supporting some 42 projects already in the region, bringing together more than 2,100 organizations that have come together through their networking, applying to our fund. This is in itself a good result and a good impact of our fund. We think, based in our assessments, that the civil society organizations in the region are really mature, ready, and willing to cooperate. And sometimes it looks that they are more willing to cooperate than the politicians and the governments in this region. This is a very positive message that should be kept also in high consideration by the politicians in our region. Which are some conclusions that can be of interest for this conference from our work? First, there is a strong need for supporting youth initiatives, projects, and actions in our region. For your information, CSO sector and community is one of the biggest job providers in our region. It employs hundreds and thousands of experts, and they need more support. You can't find brain drain without devoting more resources, especially to the experts and specialized people that are working in the civil society sector. This is also the best way for giving them opportunities to develop their talents and their skills in the region. Our politicians and decision makers should take it high consideration to increase the resources devoted to support joint regional activities and CSO activities in our region. And also, as our fund is open for external contribution, let me use this opportunity and to address the kind audience today to consider Western Balkan Fund as a potential partner for supporting Western Balkan countries and Western Balkan societies in their path of working together in our region. Secondly, it's very important that the civil society recommendations should be taken into consideration and incorporated into different policies and actions prepared and undertaken by our governing bodies. Let me share also at the end two points with you. Only 10 or 15% of the civil society organizations are big ones, are really important. Most of them are small NGOs coming from remote areas, not from the capitals, and they need more support. They need support also in learning how to prepare better projects, how to know the project cycle management. And this is important for now, but especially for the future, when our countries will become closer with the European Union and applying for EU funds. It's not that easy, and the competition will be really very strong. Another point that I need to share with you, that the youth agenda in our region need to be strengthened, the links between quality education with the needs of the private sector for ensuring development of high-skilled and committed young workers. As you asked me, Mr. Sahovic, yes, it's true. For the moment, we don't have good links between our education system and the needs of the private sector. And in the future, also the projects that are coming in this area are not very well prepared and are not, let's say, very inclusive for providing funding for them, especially for the project ideas in areas that support innovation, youth entrepreneurship, and business development, aiming to strengthen the link between private sector and the young forces. In this respect, I think it's also very important that the businesses in the region to continue supporting these ideas in more strongly and with more resources. I want to close here. I know it's being the last one, sometimes people get also annoyed, but I just wanted to say, Western Balkan Fund, it's a new experience. We are implementing the political will of our governments, and I think it's very good as an all-inclusive and fully regionally owned initiative to have your attention and also, why not, your support in the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mura. Ladies and gentlemen, Since we are almost at the end of our panel, and we are supposed to finish at 1:50, I am afraid that we are not really enough time for some questions from the audience. And I'd like to proceed maybe to some conclusions. Could I ask maybe my panelists for a very short conclusion? Your Excellency, Minister Ridvan, what would you be your conclusion?
I think what we have heard today mostly centered around how do we keep this brain drain at bay, so to speak. Now, everyone is struggling, I guess, try to put together structural changes in the ecosystem of each country. Malaysia in particular, as I said earlier, we are looking at refining our education system to bring entrepreneurship value into the society. Again, I repeat, we are looking at training people to become job creators rather than seekers. This will help to retain a lot of brains into the country. Now, as an example, we have developed what we call the program for undergraduates at higher institution of learning, where we inculcate new values. We inculcate discipline. We inculcate values that has been practiced by successful economies like Japan, like some part of Europe. And I think we are yielding some results. And I think we are giving attraction. For example, we are putting them into a regulatory, what we call regulatory sandboxes, where they have innovations, they have ideations, and we want to retain them in Malaysia. There has been stories in the past where innovations come from Malaysia, but we tend to lose out because we don't have the right environment, we don't have the right rules and regulation to encourage the brains to stay into the country. So we are remolding the structure of training to retain the brain into the country. Now, it is in fact alarming to see today, if we don't get ourselves equipped with the advanced technology today, for example, advanced artificial intelligence, digitalization in economy, robotic, if we don't upgrade the skill of our, or rather we don't create an environment, the skills that we have right now in Malaysia is one of the best, I would say, in Asia, if not in the region, where we are ranked as one of the most successful startup nations in the world. So it is important for us to make sure these brains are kept, to become the agent for growth, to become successful and advanced economy, alongside with successful economies in the world right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ivanišević.
Hvala gospodine Šaković, hvala na prilici da kažem još par riječi. Dakle, uz izlaganja uvaženih prethodnika, želio bih da se nadovežem kratko na tezu koju sam lansirao u svojem inicijalnom izlaganju. Dakle, to je ona potreba da kroz jedan inovativan pristup pokušamo objediniti sve raspoložive snage u regiji i na taj način osigurati mogućnost da mladi ljudi, posebno mladi naučnici, imaju priliku da se ostvare u profesionalnom smislu upravo u ovoj regiji. U tom smislu možda nije previše subjektivno ako kažem da je jedna slična i vrijedna inicijativa već 2 godine na stolu i artikulisana od strane crnogorske vlade i ministarke nauke kroz ponudu da se uspostavi centar za održive, Međunarodni institut za održive tehnologije u jugoistočnoj Evropi, kao jedan inovativni model objedinjavanja naučnih potencijala koji bi se suočio sa jednim, rekao bih, globalnim problemom, ali sa kojim se naša regija sve više i sve teže suočava. To je liječenje kancera. Dakle, riječ je o institutu koji bi kroz jedan novi model privatno-javnih partnerstava uspostavljenih saradnji na globalnom planu mogao da bude regionalno vrijedna institucija kroz koju bi istovremeno podsticali rad mladih naučnika koji su angažovani na istraživanjima, a istovremeno odrađivali konkretne medicinske zahvate. Smatram da u tom smislu i među učesnicima današnjeg foruma, među zvaničnicima, postoje ljudi koji bi mogli da budu vrijedni partneri čitave regije u toj oblasti. Smatram da je to još jedan od segmenata koje bi mogli da promovišemo u politikama u kojima se Crna Gora zaista trudi da bude na neki način regionalni hub. A to je jedan centar iz kojeg se pokreću dobre vibracije i dijalog, što ćemo pokušati da potvrdimo već naredne godine kroz predsjedavanje 5 regionalnih inicijativa. Hvala vam.
Hvala vama. Thank you very much for mentioning that very interesting and important initiative for our region. And we think that there is enough political will and that we hope that maybe the agreement concerning the establishment of that center maybe is going to be signed at the next summit of the Berlin process in Poznan, as your Minister of Foreign Affairs said some days ago in Warsaw. Thank you. Mr. Petke, some words as the conclusion.
I come from Eastern Germany, and in my hometown, or in Brandenburg and the other German federal states, we lost around 1.2 million citizens in the period from 1990 to 2006. 1.2 million. That's 7.5% of the Eastern Germany populations. And in recent years, migration losses have declined significantly. In 2012, the negative net migration balance, including Berlin, was only 2,700, a historic low. Some regions in our countries within Eastern Germany are even recorded population grow again. This positive development is particularly attributed to cities with a modern economic and scientific location and a good infrastructure and clean environment. Here I will mention Dresden, Leipzig, Potsdam, and also Berlin. That's the job of politics. We have invested a lot in future. People want to live and work well, and we have learned that we can change it through with good politics.
Thank you. Mr. Zacina, your message for the end?
Thanks. So I think there is a light motive that is the most important thing, is actually to change the mindset of the young people from thinking that the grass is greener on the other side and trying to think about how to fix all of these problems that they see around them. And actually that's one of our main focus as a company, and also BiH Alliance as a conglomerate of a lot of these companies that have thousands of developers in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We are trying to change that mindset, to talk to the young people and to say, okay, if something is broken, you need to try to fix it. You need to try to build the missing link. So I think that's the main way on how you can change a society, because also if you think about it, not so long ago, ex-Yugoslavia was such a strong country, and the ideas of people like Emmerich Bloom might be revived in the future, hopefully. But in order to do that, it's not enough only to activate young people. We also need the support of politics. And this is my appeal, again, to the government and to everyone that can help create a better environment for us that are creating jobs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ergezer.
3 takeaways. The first one is competitiveness. And again, I refer to some academic literature that in order to be competitive, small economies should really be open. They cannot impose restrictions. But if the restrictions need to be imposed, then those economies by scale should be bigger. And this size can only be reached through inclusiveness as wide as it's possible. And then under this inclusiveness is the second takeaway, is that money, as you know, does not have nationality. Goods have some, 50% of these iPhones, maybe 60 or 80%. But skills, we are talking about skills, brains. Why we are attaching too much on nationalities? As President Messi said that, we are basically outflowing our investment by sending brains to the EU or Western parts. Then it means that the skills are exported. Then we have to import skills, may not be necessarily from the EU, but from all other countries available if this region becomes, and I believe that it will become more attractive sooner. And we should not attach always on the nationalities. We should open our mind, as long as those skills come to the region and create value. And the third one is the regional cooperation. In order to do that we should cooperate with each other on the basis of values. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mura.
Thank you. We have thousands of students that are studying each year in European universities, and this is good. But we have only few students that are studying or are exchanging studies in the region. I hope that in the future we need to put more resources and in a more decisive way to have the mobility of our students within our region. We have Erasmus and Erasmus Plus in the European level, but it's time also to create some programs for scholarships, for exchange of students, of the academic staff, and for researchers in our region. We still are behind with that. I hope that in the future we will create more opportunities for our young people to know better our region, also by studying in different universities in our region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear panelists. I will be very, very brief concerning my conclusion by telling that I think that we can all agree that we live a very beautiful region with lots of talented people, and our region has all prerequisites to be and to become a very successful region. And to conclude, I would just stress some of key words of our panelists, which could be maybe the best conclusion of our panel. The first is stronger economy, good infrastructure, the need of more positive visibility concerning the perception of our region towards the outside world, but also towards ourselves and especially towards our people. Further progress in the Euro-Atlantic integration, but also better regional cooperation, concrete economic and other incentives towards the new business, more inspiration and creativity, and of course, at the end, and it is the motto of our Southeastern European Cooperation Process Chairmanship in Office, general better connectivity in all fields. Mr. President Mesic, Mr. Prime Minister Davutoglu, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. This panel is over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Šahović, and all the attendees of the panel. Now I would like to ask you to come forward to have a group photo, please. And we would like to ask as well Mr. Raif Dizdarović and Mr. Bogić Bogićević, if they're still here present with us, to also join the stage so we can have a group photo with these two exquisite gentlemen as well. Media presenters can as well join us to take a photo. Mr. Stjepan Mesić as well should approach the stage, and Mr. Davutoglu, of course, as well. So we can have all group photo. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Once again, applause. Thank you very much for being here today with us. And now we will continue with our program just after the main stage has been cleared, and after many selfies has been taken, and after my colleagues are satisfied with the photos. The official part of the program will continue in maybe 30 seconds after the chit-chat and the media patronage. Samo iz te boje. And if we would like to ask you please to move from the main stage so we can continue our official part of the program. Members of the press, can you move from the stage please, as well as all the officials, because we're continuing with our program. We need to have the clear stage. Thank you so much. 2 chairs are here. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed today's panels, and my thanks again to our last group of panelists for sharing their thoughts. Now I would like to ask you, after the group photo has been taken, to move from the main stage. Okay, with the lots of laugh, no problem. We like photos with the big smiles. Only big smiles photo. The rest of the audience who is still on their feet, I would like to ask to please take a seat because shall proceed with our official program. We see that lots of networking is going on here, which is perfectly fine, but we still need to be on time before the lunch that we are eagerly waiting for. So please, my dear colleagues, journalists, take your seats. All of the rest after the panel, who are done with the panel, can we ask to proceed to their seats as well? And we would like to ask all of the people from the main stage to take their seats as well. We now have a very special one-on-one session for you today. I now invite Dr. Adnan Chilwan, Group Chief Executive Officer of Dubai Islamic Bank from United Arab Emirates, to please join me on the podium. Please have applause.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Would you like to sit here?
Yes, I'm okay.
Perfect.
Thank you.
We don't have special place to be seated on.
No, I'm okay. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have your attention, please? Thank you. Good afternoon, first of all, and welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
How do you feel today?
Well, I feel rejuvenated after a very short sleep last night.
Okay.
But I feel energetic as always.
Exactly. We had a very interesting conversations and panelists before us.
Sure.
But this one-to-one session will have an additional value this year, and uniquely organized compared to the previous editions. The goal of conversation is to share ideas, address challenges, and opportunities by listening to one of the key leaders within the sector. So first of all, we need to have a short introduction. You have led the Dubai Islamic Bank since 2013. And since then, the bank has achieved considerable growth and expansion. Any thoughts about that for the start?
First of all, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know you've had a very long day, and probably I'm between you and lunch. So we'll try and make this very, very interesting, and I hope that there would be some key takeaways from our session.
Exactly.
Well, I've been with the bank for about a decade now. I started leading it in 2013, but I can say that we've been very fortunate. Within the UAE, there is an overbanked market with around 52 odd banks. So you don't get a second chance to make a first impression. And honestly, we had to do everything that we did in order to survive, because in a very cutthroat competitive market, if you're not on top of it, then you're out of the game. So I think everything that we did from 2013 has panned out very well for us, and I think I'm very, very fortunate that I sit here representing the institution that I come from, because mind you, this was the first Islamic bank in the world. And to not do anything other than what we've done so far would not be a testimony to the brand. So happy, but I think there's still a very, very long way to go for the franchise. And that's exactly what we are doing, and trying to expand in every part of the world wherever we can.
Exactly. Well, the bank moved toward more globalizations and expanded toward Asia and East Africa, et cetera, et cetera. So can you say what are the main challenges of global competition? And maybe for moving toward new horizons, what are the specific challenges that you as the bank leader encounter in these challenging times of expansions?
Yeah, absolutely. I think having seen the growth that we have within the domestic region, it was very important for us to look abroad. And from that perspective, what we did was, we said, having been market leaders within the UAE, you know, we started Islamic banking way back in 1975. So it's been 4 decades. It was very important for us to take this discipline in other parts of the world. When we started to look around us and we decided, where are we going to go next, into which countries? You know, it was an obvious choice from where we were sitting. If you just visualize the globe and the map, Dubai is strategically focused. And from the United Arab Emirates, we wanted to look east and we wanted to look west. When we looked west, we saw Africa, which is a budding region. And we said that, you know what, we've got to connect Africa with Far East Asia. And in Far East Asia, we started looking at Indonesia. So from Dubai, we started capturing flows within Africa. Kenya, we now have operations within Kenya. And then we looked at Indonesia. We have operations in the ground in Indonesia. And we also looked at Southeast Asia, which was Pakistan. So we've made our own triangle, and we're trying to capture flows. And if you look at the population demographics of all these regions that I'm mentioning, it is skewed towards the Muslim population. So it was an obvious choice for us to go into these regions. More importantly, I see more opportunities than challenges. Because if you think that there are challenges in the works, then you're not going to step foot outside your house. So we saw the opportunities. We I think, took a leap of faith, and we went into regions that we were not operating in before. And I'm telling you, hindsight, NIDA is a luxury. When I look back, I think that was the best thing that happened to us. We've gone into regions that a lot of people did not frequent. A lot of people were really apprehensive. And I think we now have the advantage of being an early starter. So hopefully, maybe a decade from today, each of these franchises that we've invested in would do exactly what the core operations within the UAE has done.
Well, early starters definitely need courage, as you already said, and to be brave to step outside of the comfort zone.
Yep.
So basically, the entry in the new market requires, as you said, complex adjustment, as we already know. But from the perspective of a business enterprise, what are the most important preconditions for considering investment into the new region and a new market, such as, for example, Balkan region or Bosnia and Herzegovina? What government can do in order to become an interesting prospect for this kind of investment?
Naida, it's a very, very interesting question. There is no one region or no one continent that is, lucrative to do business from a businessman's perspective. Which means that it is going to come with its own set of challenges. Now, whether it is geopolitical instability, whether it is political vendetta, whether it is inflation within the economy, whether you would see that there are wars going around. So there's never going to be an ideal time to go and do business. So you really need to have courage to go into new geographies. But what is important is that everything that you do has to make commercial sense from day one. You need to have the bigger picture. If you don't have the bigger picture in going into an institution or taking your institution into a different geography, then I think you're going to be caught between the rock and a hard place. It's very important for people to understand that, for example, when Dubai Islamic Bank started venturing out into each of these regions, there was never an ideal time. But we saw, is the environment stable? Are people opening their arms and welcoming us? Are we really required to be a part of those economies? I think that's very, very important.
Yes.
Is there a currency volatility or a currency stability? You don't want to go into a region or a country that from day one, your profits have been wiped out. Also, it's very important to see whether there is adequate human talent. Because, sitting from Dubai to operate in Indonesia or to operate in Africa or to operate in Bosnia or to operate in Pakistan, you cannot operate institutions by remote control, which means that you've got to have adequate human talent in each of these countries that you want to go.
Human potential.
If there is no human potential and there is no human talent, then you can kiss your money goodbye.
Exactly.
I think every investor, if you look at the Balkan states, or you take Bosnia as an example or Indonesia as an example, they do not need your money for investments. They require the expertise that you have. They require the technical know-how. And they've got enough talent to make you more money than what you're bringing in. So I think from that perspective, when we look at geographies to go into, we look at certain amount of stability, but more important, are they welcoming us? Is there adequate human talent? And what is the potential? What are the population dynamics and demographics in each of these countries? So I think that's a very, very short checklist for us to choose any country that we operate in. Obviously, you need to make legislative reforms, you need to have economic reforms, you need to change the laws within the country to kind of, have the mode of operations that we want to have. But more importantly, do not go to any country where your heart is not there. I think that's the lesson that I've learned from those many years that I've been doing this. If you don't have open arms and you don't have hearts in the place, I don't think so any business can do well.
Always lead by the heart.
Absolutely.
Yes. So what is your view of cultural diversity as well as a factor when doing business? I think it's a very important thing that we shouldn't neglect in these terms of globalization, and how to handle them as a resource for success as well.
Well, everybody talks about globalization these days, and you know, a decade ago people started, or 2 decades ago people started talking about globalization. I think globalization has only become successful because of cultural diversity. Because if you do not accept cultural diversity, then it's not called globalization. It's called localization. Because if there is just one type of people coming from either one religion, one ethnicity, one race, then that's not globalization. It is localization. Globalization puts the very essence of globalization is around cultural diversity. And it tells you, the place where I come from, Dubai specifically, is a classic example of globalization. It's because it is successful because of the cultural diversity that is there. The ethnicities, the races, the multilinguistic opportunities that people have to come and practice, you know, whether they are practicing their business or they are practicing their ideals or their discipline. In my opinion, without cultural diversity, there's no globalization. If you remember, Naija, 2 decades ago when globalization started, people spoke about globalization as something other than cultural diversity. My opinion, I think cultural diversity and globalization go hand in hand.
Go hand by hand.
Absolutely.
Exactly. Well, as the CEO, well-recognized and established business leader, as we all know, what would you underline as the most important specific personal skill in order to achieve a success, all successful leadership as well? I mean, to what extent a personal posture can make a difference in today's world? In my humble opinion, it makes really a big importance and difference.
Yeah, obviously there are a lot of traits that are required by any leader, and I see so many successful leaders here. Some of them are politicians, some of them are entrepreneurs, some of them are technocrats. But in my very humble opinion, I think one of the most key important ingredients or traits that a leader should have is utmost humility and modesty. I think if you're not humble enough, you know, you'll not be able to survive. It's very easy to go and sit on top of a pyramid, but it's very difficult to stay there. And I think humility and modesty makes people more successful day by day. More importantly, as a leader, obviously you need to have a vision, and you need to make sure that there is no clutter in your head. You know, you have to understand the end game, and you have to understand the destination. Not everybody will subscribe to your views on day one, so you should have a heart of steel. And more importantly, you need to inspire everybody that works for you. If you do not inspire people day in, day out, you know, your organization will fail, and when your organization fails, you cannot be called as a leader. I think a leader is only called as a leader because of the team that he represents.
Lead by example.
Lead by example. And I think he's only an iota of the team that works for him, and he only shows the path. But in my very humble opinion, I think if you're not modest, you know, if you're not humble enough, I always tell my team also, you know, I say that being snobbish is a disease, you know, and you've got to be down to earth, never challenge gravity, because everything that goes up will come down one day.
Exactly.
So I think in my opinion, it's very important for people to understand that you need to be humble, you need to be modest, and you need to have a vision and inspire people day in, day out, because without them, you're not fit to be called a leader.
Exactly. Well, thank you so much for this memorable one-on-one session. I will have many more questions, but unfortunately 15 minutes is done. So ladies and gentlemen, please one more time, a round of applause for this beautiful gentleman, Mr. Adnan Chilvan.
Thank you
so much for an inspirational conversation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And you can take your seat. Thank you so much. And we will continue now, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. We continue today's activities with today's last panel session called Sustainable Development. Some of the topics for discussion will be using technology to create a sustainable world, matching private and public sectors, breaking down barriers to sustainable growth, intergenerational integration and innovation, education, academic research, and of course, sustainable development for young people. The session will be moderated by Mr. Ivan Barbalic, former ambassador of Bosnia and Herzegovina to the UN and Russian Federation. Currently, Mr. Barbalic acts as the president of the Foundation for Development and Democracy in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Mr. Barbalic, I now leave this panel in your capable hands. And he is here. Please, you can take the stage. Welcome. Thank you so much. You can call the panelists as well to come.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to open this panel, and I would kindly ask actually the panelists to approach the panel and that we start as soon as possible with the working session. I suggest also, just a question, should I moderate from here or should I also move to, okay, I'll go there, I guess it's then. Well, it's a great privilege to be here today with you. We have a great panelists. The topic is quite of the highest importance in terms of a global agenda, and certainly it has influence on affairs of how the governments function, how the businesses function today, as well how the civil society is also planning its work. It's a big agenda of the United Nations, so I will just say a couple of things. Usually, by the definition, sustainable development is considered to be development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And basically, we take two concepts that are incorporated into sustainable development. That's the concept of needs and the concept of limitations. One of the major ideas within this concept of sustainable development is that the poverty is in all forms everywhere in terms of defining this process. And when we talk about poverty, we talk about hunger, achieving food security, improved nutrition, etc. Also, sustainable development aims to address all the environmental, economic, and socio-political problems, but of course there are certain obstacles, and obstacles are usually lack of regulations, lack of widespread political support, economic support, and etc. So basically, we should go back into 2000 and the United Nations that are holding the helm of this process, when the first Millennium Summit took place and when the Millennium Development Goals were defined. At that time there were 8 Millennium Development Goals, basically addressing the issues of poverty, universal education, gender equality, reducing child mortality, improved maternal health, HIV/AIDS combat, malaria and other diseases, environmental sustainability, and the global partnership for development. However, part of those goals were achieved. In 2015, there was a Sustainable Development Summit in New York where the new set of goals were established. And this time we have 17 goals that are pretty much something that is a global agenda, that set up goals that we want to move towards incorporating the governments, business, society, civil society, etc., in terms of reaching certain advances in terms of how we globally perceive the Sustainable Development Goals. Again, certain issues that I mentioned are also there, and they remained as the goals now defined in the Sustainable Development Goals, but now it's wider. Now we talk also about water, gender equality, we have also energy involved, included here, issue of employment, sustainable industrialization, reducing equality among the countries. There's also goals that define issue of cities and human settlements. So basically there's a wider set of goals now involved. So today at this panel I believe we want to also put the focus and maybe primarily focus on how this global agenda affects the business. And there are different views, but basically now it's a growing number of CEOs worldwide that view sustainable development as a business opportunity and a smart business strategy. So we want to find out more how sustainable development, how thinking in those terms can actually provide businesses this platform for smart business. Today we're going to discuss this global aspect, political and business, but also let's see regionally what this agenda does for the Southeastern Europe and in general a particular regional approach toward this big global agenda. We would like to discuss also technology in terms of creating sustainable world and also of course and probably at the top of this platform education and academic research in this direction. So now allow me to introduce our first panelist, Mr. Osama Kaisi. He is CEO of Islamic Corporation for the Insurance of Investment and Export Credit. It's a privilege to Mr. Kaisi to have you here today with us. As we had the preparation meeting, I said, well, it's in your hands now to put the energy into this panel, and I would ask you quite an open and a question, but I believe the one that will steer discussion in the right direction, that basically it's how do you see that global business can benefit from this agenda, and what kind of leadership we need in the business community in order for this process to be steered.
Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I take this opportunity to thank the organizers and the government and the people of Bosnia and Herzegovina for the warm reception and the organization. And we go directly to the question. The Sustainable Development Goals is a global approach for us to fix the world we are living in. And I do not exaggerate if I say this is the only global agenda where the world come together and they discuss it and they are on the same page. There's so many disputes around the world, there's so many fragility, and we have a lot of disputes over main ideas that will affect, the sustainability of our world for future generations. But we can say that the SDGs, they have a common platform for all of us to sit and to discuss the way forward for humanity and the sustainability for our kids and future generation. It is good to quote and to see the volume and the extent of the challenges that the global community and us as human beings and the private sector in order for us to do the right thing for going forward for our generations and future generations. Let me quote unquote here, the United Nations, they estimate that the gap in financing the development of the global community and to achieve the SDGs only in the developing world stands at $2.5 trillion a year. And then you look at the international community of development, be it MDBs, we talk about NGOs, and we talk about philanthropists, and so on and so forth. And we see that the funds that are available through government supports and through NGOs, it is not enough for us to go ahead with the planned development for the SDGs and how to reach them. So this is why we have to stretch our hand and to reach to the civil societies and to the private sector and to see how we can partner together, governors, governments, MDBs, NGOs, and civil societies and private sector in order for us to see how we can solve the issues that we are facing globally. The question is, how do you attract the private sector to partner with the government? Governments usually, and I heard it in several meetings today and yesterday, as I hear it wherever I travel, they are full of bureaucracies, red tapes, and things do not move at the same pace as the private sector does. So the very first thing that we have to do is to fix it in respect of regulation in order for us to facilitate the work of the private sector, one, And number two, we have to present bankable projects where the private sector see financial interest in these projects in order for them to invest. So this is where we look at mobilizing investments that the government can do at the level of the governments in order to see how the private sector can mobilize investments. And me being from the background of insurance, insurance is a very lucrative business, and especially when you go into the life insurance. So we see a huge pension funds and insurance investments that are lying there flushed with cash. And this is one of the means of us to attract the private sector to invest with the governments and to be beneficial. Creating opportunities. There is trillions of dollars worth of projects that are available to the public sector where the private sector can have access to, be it in renewable energies, be it in science, technology, and innovation, be it in fields that for the healthcare, that we have growing populations in the world and the demand is growing for healthcare. We have to look at major cities, the population growing and so on and so forth, infrastructure projects that are there. But to do all of this, the government, they have to be at the forefront of offering solutions. We look at governments that they have to offer tax incentives to the private sector. We look at the special use of economic zones and use of logistic platforms. All of these things, they have to be put into legislation by the governments in order to facilitate the work of the private sector to enter into partnership with us. One more thing that we have to look at about the MDBs, they have to use the blended finance structure where they have the AB structured loan where the private sector can go into partnership with the MDBs and with the local operators. And we cannot forget one of the main means of financing these days and the most successful, and it was mentioned this morning in respect of the country like the Republic of Turkey, which is the public and private partnerships as a mean of financing. And this is where the government, they would reach two scenarios. One of them is the de-risking, and the other one, they go into risk sharing. Without keeping you long, so in order to maximize the private sector contribution, we have to look at employment legislation, where we have to make sure that the private sector is doing his own job in developing the SDGs while maintaining, the environment for the employees and to offer, a proper work environment. Environmental targets, we have to be very careful as well to reach the environmental targets to sustain the environment for future generations going forward as well. While doing business from the private sector, they have to protect the environment. And last but not least, the performance requirements for sensitive sectors. And here we can touch upon it at later stage when we talk about technology, which is data and information that has to be generated either by private sector or the public sector, and the sensitivity of owning this data and how to own it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Casey. And now we have a pleasure to have with us Mr. Ottoman El Firdaus, Secretary of State to the Minister of Industry, Investment, Trade and the Digital Economy in charge of investment of the Kingdom of Morocco. The previous speaker mentioned that government has to be at the forefront of this process. And he mentioned the number of incentives and the actions that should be required by the government. In those terms, I would ask you about those political challenges for introducing this global agenda. What are the new investments to make economies competitive, especially the transitional competitive, how we can actually as governments communicate with the business and provide what is necessary to attract those investments.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Let's imagine that you're an alien civilization and that you're approaching planet Earth. The first thing you'll see is the Great Chinese Wall. The second thing you'll see is the great solar farm that Morocco built in Ouarzazate. It's a 3,000 megawatt program, and Morocco is already producing 37% of its energy from renewable energy. And we're heading, the target is 52% by 2030. So the sustainable development engagement and commitment of Morocco is very old. It started in the 80s with the hydroelectric dam policy that Morocco ushered, and the international financial institutions in Washington were saying, Morocco has no agricultural future. Why do you build dams? And we were building dams because we understood that we had 35% less rain than it was the case in the 50s. So to answer directly your question about government's engagement into policies, the real thing is the quality of the public-private partnership, how governments keep private sector close to them and most importantly speak the same language. And this is not easy. This is not easy to do because you have to speak the same language and you have to draw that language into contracts, into law. So this is difficult to do. There's an old Japanese saying that says, where there is sweetness, there are ants. And the private sector, they're like ants. They need opportunity. They need profit. And if you see Morocco's African policy, we decided to go on concrete challenges. So for example, if you want to feed 12 billion people in the next decades, you will need to exploit the land that is in Africa. 60% of available land that's not exploited today is in Africa. So the solution will be African or won't be. So Morocco has a very interesting strategy on food security, and we have a global leader that's called OCP, Office Chérifien des Phosphates. It's a global leader in fertilizers. And they've done a complete map of Africa in order to understand a map of the soils of Africa, in order to adapt the fertilizers to the needs of the African peasants. I remind you that 75% of Africans are peasants. They work in agriculture. So as you said, there are technological, digital ICT tools that must be made available to them so that they produce data and so that smart agriculture becomes a reality in Africa. I mentioned the public-private partnership. Once government decided to go into renewable energy, you have to connect the dots. Because if you have a strategy in industrial policy and a strategy in renewable energy and a strategy in agriculture, and all of those strategies don't talk to each other, then you got a problem. In Morocco, we tried to bridge that gap between industrial policy and renewable energy policy. So for example, we have Siemens Gamesa, the German global leader that invested over 100 million euros in the north of Morocco in 10 years in a plant to produce the wind pails for wind energy. And so we are integrating all the tools that we need for renewable energy, we are integrating them into the industrial policy in Morocco. Also, you know that there are links between renewable energy and the automotive industry, for example. So some of you may know BYD, the Chinese car manufacturer. So BYD stands for Build Your Dreams. If you don't know it, just think that, you know Tesla? Tesla has 17,000 people working in the corporation. BYD has 17,000 people working in the R&D department. So these are very big OEMs in southern China. And BYD signed a MOU with Morocco to invest in 5 plants, electric vehicles plants, electric batteries, electric trucks, electric buses, and electric monorail. So why is this important? It's because Morocco has committed to buy 10% of its new cars for the public administrations and the government. 10% will be electric vehicles. And this is, and there's the dot that's connected, because once you have electric vehicles into the public administrations and into the homes of civil servants, you have electric batteries technology entering those homes and entering those administrations. So it becomes a very holistic strategy of getting the energy where it is cheaper, not on the grid, but in the battery of the electric cars. So you see, I think the most important role of government is to connect the dots between renewable energy, industrial policy, industrial integration, etc. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you mentioned, in terms of meeting those challenges, we need sophisticated technologies, sophisticated knowledge. And how do we build that knowledge? How do we prepare governments and societies in order to tackle such ambitious goals? And especially in terms of making governments successfully competitive in this process. So we have a privilege to have today with us at the panel Mr. Tan Sri Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of the International Islamic University of Malaysia. I welcome you, and I would ask you exactly the question: how to prepare next generations, how to educate, how to prepare capacities for the innovations, and how to attract businesses to understand needs for this education to be provided.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum, and very good afternoon. Thanks for invitation, sharing a little bit of my thoughts. The question that you pose is a very important one. I think we have seen this happening when we started the whole movement of sustainability way back in 1992. And nothing happens 20 years later until the whole idea of education for sustainable development was introduced in 2005. In other words, education is a linchpin. It's a very important fundamental factor to understand what sustainability is all about and how do you move it forward. Now, why it is so important? Because sustainable development is about a paradigm shift. It's about moving from where we was to where we are going. In other words, I think the last two panels have been talking about it. We don't talk about competition anymore, we talk about collaboration. We don't talk just about consumption, we talk about preservation and conservation. We don't talk about, developed and developing countries. They are one, sharing one world and one resources. We don't talk about incremental change, we talk about transformational change. All these are big changes that needs to happen. It can only happen if education is structurally well into the education system. And I think this is where the challenges of the university is, to see where are the fundamental changes that needs to be done. We also take recognition that because we have failed to educate, that's why the world is not as sustainable as it is now. And to make it sustainable, we need to add new ingredients into this. And what are the new ingredients? These are the values that the last two panels talked about. We talk about inclusiveness. We talk about balance. We talk about helping one another in the context of humanity, not just your country, your institution, or your community. We're talking about the whole community, how humanity needs to be helped. After all, 60% of the world population are living in poverty, And unless and until we have that big idea of how you help humanity as a whole, then you will not be able to solve the problem. And you not solve the problem, in other words, we are still living in the context of unsustainable development and unsustainable things. I think the very important things that need to be understood when you talk about sustainable development is not just the 17 goals and the 169 targets, I think it's the overarching principle of sustainable development, and there are 5 of this. One is, of course, to save the planet. One is, of course, to make sure that humanity or people survive. And certainly the other one is to make sure that there is a prosperity or economy in an equitable sense. We don't want to talk about economy when one world take all the best and the rest are left with nothing. And there are 2 other things under Sustainable Development Goal that was not covered in the Millennium Development Goal. And it's about human dignity and human justice. I think unless and until business also understand what human dignity is all about, and human justice is all about, not just making profit or not just making good economic sense, then I think we will defeat the whole purpose of what sustainable development is all about. So this major paradigm shift, I'm afraid, is something that we need to grapple with And the more we do it in the education system, the better it is. And therefore, people who are beyond those education systems, the politician, the businessmen who are already out of school, needs to be quote unquote re-educated, need to be retooled, as it were, as to what paradigm is all about, so that they also can understand the paradigm and then start to implement it in the old business, what they do, whether politician, whether business, or whatever it is. So that is, I think, the fundamental that the university needs to do moving forward. And it's not an easy thing. It is something that we need to do by and large, where the whole ecosystem of education needs to be changed into what we call now education for sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next panelist is Ms. Sandrina Frischia, and she's coming from European Investment Bank. She's representative in EIB desk office for Bosnia and Herzegovina and Montenegro. As a person who comes from European Investment Bank, probably the first logical question is how can we get funds in order to do the right things and finance necessary things for the sustainable development. But so basically I would rephrase this question: sustainability and the role of compliance with EU standards in terms of infrastructure projects, and sustainability and the role of the business environment. And your view on the region, please, now that you are dealing with at this point.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving me the floor, and thank you for inviting me to this very interesting forum. Climate action is a key part of achieving long-term global sustainable development. Climate change is the greatest global challenge of our time, and one of the key obstacles in the fight against climate change is the huge investment needs. As a EU bank and as a long-term financier, which has developed significant experience and expertise in financing climate action across Europe and globally, the European Investment Bank, the EIB, provides investment for high-quality, low-carbon resilient projects. Our climate strategy defines our mission: to play a leading role in mobilizing the finance needed to achieve the worldwide commitment to keep warming below 2 degrees Celsius. The EIB is owned by the 28 EU member states, and supports the EU external priorities worldwide. The bank provides finance and technical assistance for sound projects that stimulate jobs and contribute to sustainable growth. Our projects are appraised on their economic and technical soundness and comply with EU high environment and social standards. As the largest multilateral provider of climate finance worldwide, we are committing at least 25% of our investment to climate change mitigation and adaptation. In order to finance this investment, the EIB issues green bonds since 2007. As of end 2018, EIB remains the largest issue of green bonds, with over 23.5 billion euros raised across 11 currencies. The Western Balkans is a region with a substantial economic catch-up potential in terms of infrastructure investments. The EIB is already present since 1977 in the countries of Bosnia and Montenegro, and is playing an important role in encouraging economic cooperation and fostering sustainable growth through the implementation of projects. Since 2008, in Bosnia and Herzegovina only, the EIB has lent 1.65 billion euros to support 39 projects, financing across the sectors of the economy, supporting mainly investment in the transport and SME sectors, but also those in waste and sewage, energy and healthcare sectors. In addition, after the devastation of the floods in 2014 in Bosnia, the EIB has supported the construction of flood protection facility along the Sava River and its tributaries to protect against future risks. And in 2018, the EIB lent to the Balkan region a record amount of 1.1 million euros. Bosnia was the second largest beneficiary in terms of signature, with an amount of 242 million euros. Technical assistance are essential to guarantee sustainable results in the implementation and supervision of projects. For example, the Western Balkan Investment Framework was created at the end of 2009 as an important EU blending instrument and is combining grants and loans as well as technical assistance. So far, 146 WBIF projects in the areas of energy, environment, and transport were able to generate an investment volume of 10.9 billion euros in the Western Balkans. Sector-wise, transport dominates clearly with 54% of all grants. So the Western Balkans region has significant economic potential, and the level of the economic integration with the European Union is already very high due to the stabilization and association agreement. However, in order to develop further good conditions for sustainable economies, a safe business and a stable political and economic environment must be improved in order to trigger foreign direct investment. According to a paper issued by the European Commission in February last year, further efforts are needed to increase the competitiveness of the Western Balkans economies, to address high unemployment, especially among the young, to increase prosperity, and to create business opportunities. Indeed, the region's economies face many structural weaknesses, with low productivity, limited access to finance, unclear property rights, and a cumbersome regulatory environment leading to low competitiveness and high unemployment. Moreover, the regulatory frameworks, high administrative barriers, and complex tax systems pose major problems for potential investors in the economy and are an obstacle to competitiveness. As regards the access to finance to SMEs, it is worth mentioning that the favorable EIB lending conditions have a positive impact in the economies of the region through its intermediated loans with local banks. For example, in Bosnia, almost 73,000 jobs have been created to support SMEs since 2009. So there is an urgent need to rehabilitate and modernize the economy in order to improve the investment climate in the region and to foster sustainable and steady economic growth. Moreover, investment will only increase if economic governance is reinforced and structural reforms pursued to increase competitiveness. Hence, improving the rule of law and increase efficiency in the public institution are priority on which the governments at all levels need to concentrate and continue working on. All those factors are general deterrent to international investment and the most pressing issues to deal with in the context of enlargement process. A World Bank paper issued in 2017 mentions rightly that competition from informal firms, political instability, poor access to finance, high tax rates, and problems with electricity service are the 5 main obstacles that formal enterprises identify. It is recommended that the states of the region continue their efforts on those specific areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I would give the floor to Ms. Melina Muherina. She is the representative of Young Bled Strategic Forum, project director. Bled Forum is a general place, and you can correct me, where the people, experts, and intellectuals from all over Southeastern Europe gather and in different forums. And as a person who's coming from a part of a forum that gathers the new generation, it would be very interesting to hear from you how does the new generation youth look at the goals defined by the Sustainable Development, and also to give us your view on Western Balkans, what can companies and governments do toward achieving those goals. So basically, generational and regional view, if we can get in maybe one picture. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the word, and thank you to everybody who managed to stay till this last panel. I know you've all been tired, and this is gonna finish soon. But there's one more important topic that we have to cover. And before I continue, I would like to ask you, how many of you are under the age of 30? Could you just raise your hands? I see maybe...
Overwhelming majority, I can say.
The youngsters always stay till the end. They don't give up. That's the conclusion of this. The word youth has been mentioned at least 30 times today from the previous speakers. And I would just like to reflect a bit upon what was said. Young generation will be fleeing from the region. It's strategy of the Western countries to attract our young, educated people. Reasons for youth leaving is not only economic anymore, it's more insecurity and instability. They lost trust in the institutions. Those were all sentences from political leaders of this region who were talking like it doesn't concern them, like it's happening to some other institutions, like those are not the youth of their own countries. If you want to keep the youth in the country, you have to involve them. You have to give them a place to speak. You have to hear their opinion. Events like this, without involvement of youth, won't come to any conclusions in regards to youth issues. You can't discuss brain drain of young people without asking them why are they leaving and what would they like to have in order to stay. And it's not just the youth. One of the SDG's main goals is also gender equality. I've counted, it has been 23 male speakers today, and there have been 10 awards that all went to male. So also achieving gender equality without giving the female voice to speak will be impossible. So that would be my main two conclusions of today's all panels, basically. More room for youth to speak and more room for female speakers. I think we have some brilliant minds in this lovely region that would have a lot to say on these issues that we have discussed. Thank you.
Well, I believe at the end of this first round of a panel, the things have been spiced up a bit, and that's good. And then I would now invite the audience. Let's open the floor and let's hear your comments and questions. Maybe we don't want to continue with ex cathedra because it's really already late in the afternoon. So basically, is there anybody who wants to use this opportunity and ask some of our distinguished panelists certain question in regard to this particular topic? The floor is open, please. I would ask the organizers, is it possible to, or we are hit with surprise, no? There's microphone now.
We'll just wait for 1 minute till the microphone goes to the people who will ask the questions. Can you stand up, please? Somebody who would like to ask the question?
Yes, please.
Can you stand up?
The gentleman in the middle, you are the first one. Yes, please. Stand
okay,
up. And
the microphone will come. Yes. Just a second, the microphone, sir. It will come.
Microphone is about to come. Okay.
I just wanted to say, today in the panel, there was a lot of discussion about people moving and leaving the Balkans, or like earlier, one of the, I think, German bank representative said that people left from Germany for 1.2 million. I don't think this is a really issue. The issue, for example, I was working in Abu Dhabi Investment Authority in Abu Dhabi. UAE government, Abu Dhabi government, every year sends people on scholarships to study outside in America, all over the world, and they go get outside experience and they learn and they come back again. So throughout history, people always move for a better life. But what I think the issue really is you need to create a system in each country where there's institutions that supervise those youth and women and all sectors of society so that they go outside, they get experience, because the amount of experience in your country and outside, for example, Western Europe or US or anywhere in the world, is totally different than in the Balkans. As you know, in the investment world, there are three types of markets: efficient, semi-efficient, and efficient. So these challenges in the Balkan areas was considered an efficient market. It's normal, but at the same time, it's a big opportunity to utilize it, have high growth for the youth by education, by sending them outside, but in a systematic way. Of course, it's challenging. It's easily said than done, but I don't think it's the issue is about guys, the young guys leaving their countries, as much as having a systematic approach so that they go outside, they get education, they get exposed. For example, if you have one company that has all Bosnians or all Serbs or Croats or whatever their nationality, they don't learn from each other. But if you have different nationalities, different experiences, different, this guy being outside in Europe, this guy in US, this in GCC or Asia, you will see that when they sit together, they learn from each other. Why? Because they all had different experiences and they can challenge each other instead of just saying yes, yes, yes all the time. So my opinion is what you discussed is amazing from the first panel till now.
I would kindly ask you just...
Sorry? Yeah, I wanted to say that the challenge is just having a systematic approach with the youth. So I think going outside is not something bad, but as long as we create something for them inside the country so they can come back and they feel that they have strong environment so they can come back and be utilized. That's it.
Thank you very much. I would ask others that would like to take the word to maybe to say and ask what they want to, and then I would let our panelists to take bits and pieces of those questions and comments and give their comments on what has been asked. Okay, there's a thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much for the wonderful day and all the panelists' speech. Talking about Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, the 17 SDGs and 169 targets set by United Nations and the rest of the world. And for the last 5 years, we are watching what's the impact since the establishment and launching of the SDGs. It's all talks. When we are talking about KPIs to be able to analyze the achievement, you see nothing. Still corruption is there, poverty is there, human rights not yet touches, educations, you are talking about electricity, you are talking about child rights, women rights, all not achieved. We are coming from worst to worst. Still, I was one of these people who was working on SDGs and the development of many issues, and I found it's just talk. We are talking. Everyone sit here is doing great job, but within his capacity, using his rights. Freedom, human rights, we didn't find it in our countries. I left a couple of years, like 5 years ago, to North America. I became as a Canadian, and there I found myself as a human, my kids, and we found ourselves as a real human. When you feel human, you will feel anything else without feeling your humanity and feeling that you have a right and you can express your rights and live in multicultural accepted environment. you will never feel any impact of the SDGs. This is my message, just to share it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Yeah, we have, please. And if you can just maybe present yourself.
Thank you. My name is Giancarlo Murkovic. I come from Italy, Trieste. Finest and Sportello Sprint, Friuli Venezia Giulia. I was impressed this morning in one of the previous panels when the minister, former minister of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Igor Crnadak.
He's still current.
He's current still. He gave an interesting information about the perception of youth of how corruption is already displayed in this, not only in this country, but the real problem is in the countries of the area. And he said that in 2015 there were 36% those who were thinking that the country and the political establishment was corrupt. And last year, if I got the right information, they were already 72. So just connecting to the nice intervention, very emotional, of the UN coordinator in Bosnia and Herzegovina, the lady who was just the last panelist, I would say this is an invitation to think about this aspect in the society. Something has been broken. This is not only an intergenerational problem, but it's something that a part of the society is already not believing or not following those who are in charge of the governmental bodies and those who are in charge, and they are taking the responsibilities for the well-being of the country. We are now in this panel talking of sustainable development. We should start really thinking to give the basis, but the real basis, I think, it's a change of mentality, and especially stressing on formation of young people and those who will take over the responsibilities in these countries. If we don't do this immediately, right now, I think that this gap between those who are really not having any trust and not believing in those who are leading these countries, they will be even more deep. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see anybody else, or there is, or maybe let's take a round of comments on this, and then we will give another opportunity. But basically, what we heard at this round, that first we heard about this dilemma, brain drain versus the brain gain, how we can actually use the import of knowledge and people moving out, how that can be beneficial for countries and maybe particularly this region. We heard also a lack of optimism, probably in a large amount real, that things are getting worse. How can we build optimism around this process? We heard the issue of corruption that is growing, and it's present in different spheres, and of course it's not something that avoided this particular region. And of course, in order to tackle corruption, we have to change the mentality, as I understood, and that's also something that is very important for this region. And I think another global issue, that's a matter of inequality, that kind of, that I think that goes with this, that things are getting worse, inequality is growing. That's something that we cannot close our eyes in front of that. So I would maybe ask our panelists to give a few comments on what has been said, maybe to start.
Thank you very much. I believe we should not be disheartened when we sit and we talk about the challenges that we have as a world community. The world definitely has many problems to face, and we're talking about SDGs here. Severity of these issues that have been highlighted by comments by our esteemed panelists and from the room. Severity is different from region to region and from country to country. It all depends on the economic development, job opportunities, depends about countries that are in conflict or in fragility or they're going out of fragility. So all of this, it has different severity. I think the issue that we have to face, and I go back here to the engagement of the private sector where the youth, you know, gender equality for women to find them jobs, the other half of the society. We have to start bringing about a debate between the private sector and between the public sector. These are issues that when we hear, you know, people of position this morning talking about these issues, we should be happy that now we are facing these issues head on. And our leaders are standing in front of everybody and they say, we have an issue. We are in living countries where these issues are not being debated or spoken of in public. So we have to be glad that our leaders are talking, and we should extend a hand as private sector and civil society to see how we can engage in an open debate, how we can fix our economies, and how we can engage each other in order to create these opportunities for the youth, in order for us to have the gender equality for women, and head on in order to face these issues. Another comment that came from the ground, from the floor, it is about SDGs and their failing. And I would like to say it is extremely difficult for us to measure the success or the failure of the SDGs. It just started happening in 2015, and before that, the Millennium Development Goals. But we have, as a global community, to set, and we mentioned here about KPIs, we have to set a standard that we can apply across the globe and not everybody to have their own standards. I wrote here a few things. One of the things that we talk about, people say now we are reducing poverty. But who sets the level of a minimum wage within a country in order for us to say if poverty is reduced in Africa and it is at the same level that it is reduced in Europe or in sub-Saharan Africa or in Southeast Asia? So we have to have a common understanding on definitions, on when we say we lower the level of poverty, how are we lowering it? Is it 78 cents a day in salary or in earning, or is it $1.50 or $1.15? And then when you start going down that scale, the number tremendously start decreasing. Another issue that we start talking about here, about lowering gas emissions, the same thing we have to look and think. Some economies cannot afford, like it has happened here, and a live example in Morocco, where the government is full on and engaging, you know, renewable energies, and we have the UN talking about, and the European Union as well, and the World Bank, not using the carbon as a footprint to remove it, and to use anything that is not carbon. You go to Africa, still carbon is the cheapest way for them to generate electricity. So who to say that we are moving properly toward, you know, meeting the SDGs on the environment, or we are not? Is it Africa proper, or is it the world community represented by Europe and by the US? I think open debate, this is my point to say, open debate between private sector, represented by the youth, by entrepreneur, by the visionaries of the next decade. They should sit together on the same table with the government in order for us to find common solutions.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I think the question that was raised was extremely useful, but is a difficult question to start off with. My point of view, when you look at sustainable development and when you look at ecological footprint alone, you find that the world is already sort of inequitable in its structure. For example, now statistics have shown, and quite clearly, if you want to live in the US, you have to have resources of equivalent to 5 planets. That's how the quality of life in the US, equivalent of 5 planets. If you want to live like a Western European, you need to have resources of 3 planets. We got only 1 planet. If one continent already have got 5 planets, then where does the other 4 comes from? It comes from all the other countries that do not have planets to start off with. These are the developing countries, the underdeveloped country, that they have no resources to start off with because it is already inequitable. The structure is already inequitable. And therefore, it's difficult to talk about sustainable development if you do want to address this issue. how do you make it equitable if somebody has got more than they share when the others are not even have what they're supposed to have? We talk about human rights. This is one of the issues. So these are the very fundamental about, and this is where we talk education would come in, that people will be not just educated, but they're educated in a sustainable way. That they know when they've got excesses, they need to give up those excesses because those excesses does not belong to them. It belongs to somebody else. And when our people go out on the context of brain gain or brain drain, then they know exactly why do they go out. If you go out to the US, for example, then you start a life of 5 planets. There's no way that you can come back to your own country that have no planets to start off with. And therefore the brain drain will go on in this particular context. I think these are the larger issues that we have never addressed when we talk about sustainability and sustainable development. Where do we start? We've got only one planet, but the equitability in sharing those planets do not exist at the moment in time. And I think that's the crux of the issue when we talk about sustainable development moving forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other panelists would like? Any other comments? No? Please, Secretary.
Thank you. I'd like to address the reverse brain drain issue because we in North Africa, in Morocco especially, we have that issue because our engineers are being recruited in Morocco, in hotels in Morocco by European companies. They come and give salaries and passports and everything. And that's a major issue for the development strategy of Morocco. Over 10% of Moroccan population lives in Europe. So this is an issue. What do? There are forces, repulsive forces that make people leave their country. But there are also attractive forces that make them go to certain countries and not others. So all you can do is work on your repulsive forces. We mentioned human rights. We mentioned dignity. We mentioned jobs, social security. The biggest human right, the biggest social security is jobs, good paying jobs. That's what the youth want. I'm talking about Moroccan youth. If you understand what's going on in the world, you see Brexit, you see the NAFTA renegotiation, you see there's a report from the World Bank that says that 85 million jobs, 85 million of manufacturing jobs will be outsourced from China in the next decades. So this is a major opportunity. If you want to hold on your engineers, you have to capture part of that, a fraction of those 85 million jobs and locate them on your territory. And that's exactly what we try to do in Morocco, but of course it's not sufficient. But I'll give you an example. We have IT engineers who get attracted to European countries. But we also have a French car manufacturer, PSA, Peugeot Citroën, that's going to open a plant in Kenitra. They will produce 200,000 cars. The cars that will be produced in that facility will be 100% designed by Moroccan engineers in Morocco. So there's hope. We mentioned sustainable development. If you want to have a diversified, solid economy, you cannot jump directly to third sector services. You have to have an industrial sector that's strong, that will nourish the third sector and services. And if you think of it, this opportunity of capturing those jobs that will be outsourced from China, capturing the major shifts in geoeconomics, Brexit, NAFTA. These are very opportunistic chances for countries such as ours because we are underdogs, we are outsiders. And I think we have some measure of hope in the next decades, and we can do it. I think we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we are running out of time, and I hope you would accept the apology if we couldn't really have any, but I believe tomorrow there's going to be plenty of opportunities, and I believe that many of the topics to be discussed tomorrow will also touch upon issues being discussed today at this panel. Maybe if any of other panelists would like to just say a couple of closing words, or maybe you're gonna anything. Then I will just wrap up saying that well, from usually when we discuss the UN in general, we say, well, probably it's not the perfect system, but it's the best we have at this point globally. And the same with sustainable development and sustainable development goals. I mean, it just, let's think about how difficult and what kind of effort was necessary to put together those goals and put this whole family of all the countries in the world stand behind and say and commit. And of course, obstacles on this road are numerous, and probably we could speak about those obstacles and problems next 3 days, and they're all real. They're very problematic. This world is not always or not usually not going in the right direction, but what really gives some kind of space for optimism is that there are some things that are agreed upon by the whole humanity, and we can stand behind and we can work together. And this discussion just proved that there are so many things we have in common, and that if we put all the resources together and if we discuss, if we open the debate, I believe we have the reason to be a bit, at least a bit optimistic. I would like to thank all the panelists. I think we've seen this issue being discussed from different views. We've seen different generations, different regions, perspective from the business and from the government and from the international community. I think we also touched upon this particular region, and I also appreciated great comments that came from the audience. Thank you very much. Now I'm closing this panel, and I wish the successful continuation tomorrow. Thank you very much to our panelists.
Thank you very much, and I would like as well to ask you for a group photo as well in front of the main stage, so we can then continue to ending this beautiful day in the first day of Sarajevo Business Forum. So one group photo, please, all of the attendees of the panelists, and so we can move forward with our program. Jedna zajednička slika, molim vas, za kraj. Zadnji panel danas. Predstavnici medija možete naravno zauzeti svoje pozicije kako bismo onda nakon toga odjavili oficijalni dio programa. So one group photo, yes, you can all. Ladies, beautiful ladies, two beautiful ladies, thank you. I'm sorry, can we please have a photo, group photo? Group, yes, no problem, no problem. Just a group photo before you leave. Thank you very much. Beautiful smiles, excellent. And an applause. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, thank you for joining us for these opening ceremonies and first day panel sessions. Again, I wish to thank today's speakers for their time and valuable thoughts. A few program notes. Lunch is served in the hall on the ground floor. Of course, please join us tomorrow and day after tomorrow for the second and third day of Sarajevo Business Forum at Hills Hotel and Congress Center. Please join us tonight for welcome dinner sponsored by Ziraat Bank at Sarajevo City Hall at 6 p.m. and cultural program at National Theatre Sarajevo at 8:15 p.m. Enjoy your lunch and have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you for your attention and goodbye.